I'm Dan Rundy. I hold the Schreier Chair here at CSIS. I'm a Senior Vice President. Welcome to our 7th Annual Global Development Forum. We've got a really fabulous group of panels and distinguished guests with us today that are going to provide some really important insights on a world of disruptions. I'm really looking forward to the plenary panel we're going to have on Ukraine. I'm really quite grateful that we have the Minister for International Development and the Pacific Minister for Defense Industry of the Australian government. We also have the Finance Minister of Ukraine who's here with us today. I really appreciate him being here, and it's an honor to have him. I want to just start by thanking my friends at Chevron. I think we can't do any of our work without our friends at Chevron. We've been doing this. This is our 7th International Global Development Forum. And Chevron's been our partner the entire time. They've just been a pillar of strength. They've been reliable. And so we can't do the things we do without partners like Chevron. So I want to just thank my friends at Chevron profusely for helping us again. Okay, so I'm really honored. We're going to have a conversation with the Honorable Pat Conroy. As I said, he's the Minister for International Development. He's also the Pacific Minister for Defense Industry at the Australian government. And with his extensive career in various sectors of the Australian government, Minister Conroy brings insight and richness to this year's forum, from developing significant policies in areas such diverse as defense procurement, climate change, and energy. We have a really, we're going to have we're going to give him a chance to make some remarks, and then we're going to have a conversation between the two of us, and then we'll bring up the panel after that.
Thank you, Daniel, for the very kind invite, and can I begin by acknowledging you and the Centre and the Finance Minister of Ukraine. The people of Australia stand with the people of Ukraine in your struggle, and we are honoured and privileged to be the greatest provider of assistance outside of NATO to your struggle, and we're very proud to continue that. Can I also acknowledge Ambassador Sinodinos, who's doing a fine job in Washington as our ambassador. I'd like to congratulate the Centre for Strategic and International Studies for organising this event, and it is indeed an honour to address the CSIS Global Development Forum. And the contribution the Centre's people make across your innovative programs on prosperity and development, energy security and climate, and food security are so important. And the theme of today's forum notes we are living in a time of great disruption. Climate change is unleashing more natural disasters and driving a dramatic energy transition. COVID-19 and its aftermath are weighing on our prosperity, disrupting our connectivity and unravelling global supply chains. Geostrategic competition is creating instability and uncertainty. International rules, standards and institutions, the architecture that for decades we regarded as almost a given in the international system, is under pressure and evolving. And of course, Putin's illegal war in Europe is causing terrible suffering and destruction. These issues affect us all. The sessions to come during the morning's forum will drill into them into more detail. For my contribution, I'd like to bring a perspective from the Pacific and explain how Australia and its Pacific partners are approaching the immense challenges and opportunities before us. And the Pacific is no exception to the trends of global disruption. We are facing what Fiji Prime Minister Bainimarama has themed the 3 deadly Cs: COVID, climate change and strategic contest. The Pacific has additional complexities when confronting these challenges, including geographic remoteness and relatively small and highly dispersed populations. Leaving aside Papua New Guinea, there are around 2.3 million people living in the island countries of the South Pacific. That's the population of Houston, Texas, dispersed across an expanse 4 times the size of the United States. So even in this modern, connected and interconnected world, the people and economies of the Pacific still face what a prominent Australian historian once called the tyranny of distance. Small island economies, far removed from global markets and facing significant transport costs, have their own particular development challenges that predate the pandemic. And COVID has demonstrated how external shocks can have a devastating impact on development gains in vulnerable countries like these, with long-term ramifications. The pandemic has had a disproportionate and enduring economic effect on the Pacific Island countries. I honestly can't think of a region more negatively impacted economically than the Pacific from the COVID pandemic. This is because many of the economies rely heavily on income from tourism, remittances from people working overseas, international aid, and commodity exports. The increased debt acquired during the pandemic will further exacerbate fiscal challenges for Pacific countries, and I know that's a theme for a panel later on. Public debt has increased by almost 60% between 2019 and 2022. It's expected to have almost doubled by 2025 as the Pacific continues to deal with the ongoing economic consequences of the economic downturn sparked by the pandemic. This could all lead to what the IMF has referred to as economic scarring, as challenging economic prospects have longer-term impacts on health, education and social wellbeing outcomes. So COVID and its aftermath continue to be disruptive forces in the Pacific. However, an even larger disruptive force for the Pacific is climate change. For the Pacific, climate change is not an abstract issue or a problem for the future. It is an existential threat unfolding right now, as low-lying atolls and islands are already being partially submerged by rising sea levels, as saltwater incursion is affecting local food production, as island countries like Kiribati, surrounded by ocean, are facing severe shortage of fresh water, and as cyclones are becoming more frequent, more powerful and more destructive. And that's why the countries of the Pacific, including Australia, through the Pacific Islands Boy Declaration on Regional Security, declared that climate change is the single greatest threat to the livelihood, security and well-being of the peoples of the Pacific. And Australia is a founding member of the Pacific Islands Forum. We have a long-standing close relationship with countries of the Pacific. So when the new Australian government came into office in May this year, I was honoured to be appointed as Minister for International Development and the Pacific. I'm honoured to hold all my portfolios, but I'm particularly delighted to have responsibility for Australia's relationship with the Pacific Island countries. It's a consequential set of relationships. We have a shared history and we know that our futures are inextricably linked. For us, the Pacific is home. We are bound by history, by enduring bonds forged in crisis and sustained in peace and prosperity. And we are bound deeper still by a whole raft of connections, by our people's shared passion for sport, by links between our churches, by our vibrant Pacific diaspora communities in Australia, cultural connections and affinities, educational partnerships and trading relationships, and by a shared concern for the Pacific Ocean environment our countries rely on. As not well known by many people, but Australia's closest neighbour is Papua New Guinea, and which at its nearest point lies only 2.3 miles from Australia's Sabai Island. If you weren't worried about crocodiles, and I would urge you to be worried about crocodiles, a strong swimmer could swim between our two nations. First Nations Australians, particularly our Torres Strait Islander communities and Pacific peoples, have deep cultural ties. And that's why Australia is such a proud member of the Pacific family. And our approach needs to reflect that. The Pacific way is about relationships, where you sit together, you listen and you engage on a personal level, where countries work together on shared solutions rather than one country seeking to impose its will on others. And I congratulate the Biden administration for the way it has been engaging with the Pacific. In July, Vice President Harris announced an intention to refresh the South Pacific Tuna Treaty that allows US commercial operators to fish for tuna in Pacific Islands waters. This boost to the tuna treaty could see $600 million flow to Pacific Island countries over the coming decade. It's a very significant boost to the economies of these countries. But the agreement was only possible because the Biden administration understood the value of personal engagement in the Pacific. Before the agreement was finalised, the US Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans, Monica Medina, travelled to Fiji and sat down at the conference table with Pacific Island Forum ministers to talk through the final details face to face. I was at that table, and I know that this personal engagement was hugely appreciated by Pacific ministers. The Australian government's approach is grounded in this philosophy. Australia's Prime Minister, at my urging, has announced that I will be visiting every Pacific Island Forum member in the first 12 months of the government. and we are broadening our relationships with the Pacific beyond a traditional development focus. We will utilise all the tools of national power to support the Pacific's efforts to deal with those 3 Cs of climate change, COVID and competition. We will be seeking to more closely align Australia's economic development, diplomatic and security efforts in the Pacific, to deploy all arms of statecraft in the service of our Pacific relationships. We are expanding access for Pacific Islanders to the Australian labour market and creating new opportunities for permanent migration from Pacific countries to Australia. Labour mobility is a powerful way of supporting economic development in the Pacific. 1/3 of Pacific Islanders live on less than $1,000 Australian per year, which is the UN definition of extreme poverty. In contrast, the average Pacific worker in Australia sends back $15,000 in remittances each year, $15,000. It not only provides Pacific countries with remittance income, it also provides training and develops the skills of their workforce. And we want Pacific temporary migrant workers to return home after their stay in Australia with new skills that will support their own country's economic development and with new financial resources that will allow them to start their own small businesses. The benefits are two-way, because Australia, like the United States, is suffering from labour shortages across key sectors that range from agriculture to aged care, and our Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Program is helping alleviate these labour market pressures. And our new Pacific Engagement Visa is revolutionary in its concept and will drive a very significant growth in our Pacific diaspora. Our engagement with the Pacific is guided by simple principles. We are reliable. We turn up. We show respect. We listen. We are transparent, accountable, and prioritise quality and local outcomes. We don't impose solutions. We don't provide assistance with strings attached. We don't facilitate unsustainable debt. But above all, we believe in unity. We believe in the region's collective strength to face the disruptions and meet the challenges of the 3 deadly Cs. So along with this expanding opportunity for labour mobility and migration, the new Australian government is enhancing our cooperation with Pacific Island countries to ensure that we are the Pacific's partner of choice for development and security. We are increasing our official development assistance by $525 million over the next 4 years. This will lift our investment in the Pacific development to a record level, building on Australia's record as the region's largest development partner. We're designing a new development policy and reviewing our development finance settings to ensure we can work in partnership with Pacific Island countries to develop without generating unsustainable debt levels. We are increasing our support for aerial surveillance activities under the Pacific Maritime Security Program to help tackle illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in Pacific Island exclusive economic zones, to protect the Pacific's greatest resource after its people, its fisheries. And we're extremely proud to be a founding member of the Pacific Islands Forum. We work together in partnership and cooperation for the good of the region as a whole. The idea is laid out most clearly in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, endorsed by the Pacific Islands Forum leaders at our annual summit this year. PIF members have described this strategy as our North Star. It is a vision for the Pacific's economic, environmental and strategic future, written by Pacific nations and their people, for Pacific nations and their people. At the heart of this vision is a simple idea, that the Pacific knows best what its priorities are and how to achieve them. No matter the challenges, be it COVID, climate change or strategic contest, the Pacific will chart its own course to the beat of its own drum. This notion of Pacific regionalism is deeply important to Australia. Our expression of this is in relation to security. This year, the Pacific Island Forum articulated the notion that there is a Pacific family-first approach to security. We seek a world where all nations, no matter the size, can determine their own futures. And in many ways, Pacific countries exemplify what the multilateral system is all about, ensuring all countries have a voice, not just those who are the most powerful, ensuring all countries abide by the international rules-based order without reversion to might is right. This matters to the Pacific and to the rest of the world. In the multilateral system, small developing countries can sometimes struggle to be heard. But in this system, small countries can also punch above their weight. A great example of this is the new World Trade Organization agreement to impose new disciplines on economically and environmentally unsustainable exploitation of fisheries. Pacific nations were instrumental in securing this groundbreaking deal on fisheries sustainability at the WTO ministerial meeting in Geneva in June this year. This is the first WTO agreement to explicitly address environmental concerns, and one which took more than 21 years to negotiate. And even after all that time, it almost didn't get over the line. Negotiations were at a standstill in Geneva until the Pacific members, including Australia, joined together to negotiate a last-minute compromise that delivers for small island countries across the globe, protecting against the depletion of global fishing stocks and unsustainable and illegal fishing. Illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing costs Pacific Island governments an estimated $43 million a year in lost revenue. So the new WTO deal, combined with the renegotiation of the US-Pacific Tuna Treaty, will deliver economic benefits as well as protecting the Pacific Ocean environment. Many people here today will know of the powerful moral leadership that Pacific countries have displayed in the UN's international climate negotiations. For decades, Pacific Island countries have been at the forefront of global climate action, shining a light on the lived experiences and real impact of climate change and shaping the international conversion. Pacific voices have been the conscience of the globe, and they have long understood that climate change poses an existential threat, and this is a view we share in Australia. Within our first few months in office, we have legislated ambitious new emissions reduction targets and are taking concrete action to ensure that Australia is doing our part. And we're also committed to amplifying the voice of the Pacific in multinational fora. But we're looking to the world's biggest emitters to do their part as well. We welcome the Biden administration's commitment to tackling climate change head-on. The measures passed by Congress in the Inflation Reduction Act will go a long way towards hastening the United States clean energy transition and to significantly reducing emissions. But the truth is that not all big emitters are doing their share. And it is the countries like the low-lying islands of the Pacific which stand to lose the most from empty promises. The shifting geopolitical environment and rising strategic competition are generating unprecedented global interest in the Pacific. Both traditional and new partners have upped their engagement. The Biden administration's increased efforts have been head-turning, including the historic US Pacific Island Country Summit last month. We welcome the focus of the summit on the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific. We welcome the inclusive approach taken by the US to all Pacific Island Forum members. It signalled respect for the centrality of the Pacific Islands Forum to the overall security, stability and well-being of the region. Similarly, the Partners in the Blue Pacific initiative puts Pacific needs centre stage. Partners in the Blue Pacific was founded this year by the United States, Australia, Japan, New Zealand and the UK. And we are delighted that Canada and Germany now also have joined. Partners in the Blue Pacific recognises the bureaucracies in Pacific countries are often lean. They cannot afford to engage each partner at length, repeating priorities. So through this initiative, we seek to make engagement more efficient, to be a boost, not a burden. We seek to harness our collective strength according to principles of sovereignty, transparency, accountability, and most of all, led and guided by the Pacific. One initiative I recommend all partners support is development of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index through the UN High-Level Panel. Australia is a proud member, and this recognises Pacific Island nations, indeed all small island development states, are among the most vulnerable in the world to external shocks. Yet many Pacific nations cannot access development finance nor concessional financing as they have surpassed eligibility thresholds which rely on the traditional development metric of gross national income. The multidimensional index would recognise the vulnerabilities and unlock access to important finance sources to chart the course out of COVID. While serious disruptions face us, Australia looks forward with the view that our Pacific family has the agency to shape our region, our best bet is to do so collectively. Collectively with countries that share our values and aspirations. Together we can realise a vision of a region that is peaceful, prosperous and resilient, and where sovereignty and priorities of Pacific Island countries are respected. So thank you for having me today. I really look forward to a dialogue, and congratulations again to the CSIS for this fine forum. Thank you again.
That was great. Thanks, Minister. That was really fabulous. Thank you. The United States has had a little bit of an ADD relationship with the Pacific Island states. We need to approach the challenge of the Pacific Island state, which you said is an enormous space. It's larger than the continent of Africa is what it covers. I mean, it's just an enormous space. But if we're going to be a good partner and achieve a peaceful, prosperous, and resilient Pacific, no country alone can do this. And so the United States needs to approach this with some degree of humility. And we're going to need to work closely with our friends like Australia, or we're going to need to work with New Zealand. We need to work with Japan. At times we may want to work with Taiwan. We'll want to also work with the Asian Development Bank. So I just think it's really welcome your remarks here today, and really welcome the leadership of your government. And so I wanted to ask, Pacific leaders have identified climate as an existential threat, and you've talked about that in your remarks. How is Australia working responsibly to address these specific priorities around climate, and what are some lessons for others?
Well, thanks for the question. I think that the first and most important step is to be part of global mitigation efforts. Every nation in the world should commit to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions, and particularly the largest emitters in the world should be doing their part. And I recognise, and in my speech I applauded the Biden administration's legislative agenda in that area. I was at the Glasgow COP last year, and we witnessed the Foreign Minister from Tuvalu, Simon Kofi, give his address from his home island, half submerged, waist deep in water. And he did that obviously for dramatic effect, but he also did that to recognise what these Pacific Islands are facing right now. I meet with Pacific Island communities regularly, and they tell me they are losing their schools right now, they're losing their halls, they're losing their homes to saltwater inundation right now, they're losing their agriculture. Fishing stocks are changing, tuna migration patterns are moving right now. So global mitigation efforts is the first step that we all must commit to. Secondly is supporting adaptation in the Pacific. So the one that I highlight most frequently is supporting energy independence. These nations are facing, like many countries, skyrocketing fuel prices, particularly for diesel, for generators, for electricity. Countries like Australia and the United States should be supporting them to embrace clean energy technology, remote power generation using solar and wind and batteries to make them truly economically energy independent. Secondly, reduce their very tiny greenhouse gas emissions. And thirdly, support the development by reducing their dependence on diesel imports. So those sorts of constructive adaptation approaches are really important as well. Because ultimately, the countries of the Pacific Islands, the Pacific Island countries, haven't caused climate change, but they are the first victims of it.
They're the first victims. Thanks, Minister, for that. Our conference this year is about a series of disruptions. We're going to have a panel right after this on Ukraine. Ukraine's at the front and center. We have the minister here from Ukraine. Could you just spend a little bit more time talking about what is Australia doing for Ukraine? And I'd love to bring the minister into this in terms of what else you need from Australia. So I'll give you a chance to talk about that and anything. And so. Just given that the minister's here, I think it would be important to just give him love to hear from you about it. You've been a very generous partner to
Well, we're proud to be the biggest provider of assistance outside of NATO to the Ukraine. We've provided over $400 million of assistance, and that ranges from $300 million in what's colloquially known as lethal aid, so weapons and armaments, $100 million in other forms of assistance, including shipments of food and coal. And we're committed and we're listening, and I know our two governments keep talking, and I know The Minister met with Treasurer Chalmers yesterday, who's also in town for the World Bank, and we're open to doing more. President Zelensky addressed our Parliament late last year. It was the first time we've had an address via audio-visual means from a world leader, and without casting aspersions on any of our leaders, I think it's the finest address I've seen in our Parliament.
Wow.
It physically moved people, and the nation of Australia is united in support for Ukraine against the unprincipled and illegal Russian aggression.
I would argue that President Zelensky is the Winston Churchill of his age, that he speaks to something greater than Ukraine, and he speaks to some of our highest aspirations in the world. I find him an inspiring figure.
Yeah.
I've been moved by him too.
And what we're seeing now in Ukraine is, at the forefront of it, is a contest against autarky, where we're seeing certain countries challenge both a commitment to rules-based order and notions around rights of people to self-determination and democracy. And so Ukraine's struggle is our struggle.
Amen. Amen. So our friend, the minister from Ukraine, sir, I want to just give you a chance. What more do you need from Australia and from your friends? I'm going to give you a chance to do a pitch for that.
You know, we of course very grateful for what you've done for Ukraine and the support you provided. It's worth it, and because we now have some success on the battlefield, our counteroffensive is well known. But again, we still need additional more money,
Including so keep sending weapons. Is that a message?
Yes,
So
of course.
so you're also the you're the minister for defense industries. So keep sending weapons. You've sent HIMARS, right? You've sent some.
Bushmasters,
Bushma-
MRAPs.
Okay. Great.
Great.
Good. We're the development conference, so you also need non-military aid too, right, Minister?
Yes.
Okay. What are your needs going forward on the non-military side?
Our budget needs for 2023 around 3-4 billion per month. So it's budget needs. I mean, to
keep the lights on.
Yes, keep the lights on, to have an ability to provide necessary pension expenditures, social protection expenditures, people salaries for educations and etc. So just humanitarian and social needs we need to cover. And we try to cover our military expenditure by ourselves and using your more as well.
Great, good. But in Ukraine is also, you know, when Ukraine wins, and it's going to win, Ukraine's going to be an amazing place and a country of great opportunity. And so you'd like investors from Australia to come and invest in Ukraine, and you'd like them to come now. Isn't that right, Minister?
I can't even tell more.
I can't say anymore, but what if you think about the opportunities, what are the things that you're optimistic about? I'm very optimistic about Ukraine, but what are the things you're optimistic about?
I am optimistic because I believe that our country yet become independence, because a lot of countries different around the world look at us like semi-dependent on Russia. Now we have vigor, we have energy to show that we are able to be independent countries, and that's why next time we can show that we can build strong country which can attract investment. We can show that we can provide good governance and to protect investment, because it's so important. Of course, I understand the wartime. It's
hard to do reforms in wartime.
But my colleagues from Ukraine mentioned that partly there is still fluid of investment in Ukraine.
So, Minister, one of the things, we had a meeting yesterday with one of the deputy ministers of Ukraine, and if they call, we say yes. And so I think one of the things we're going to need help from a country like Australia on is how what can countries learn, like what can Ukraine learn from a country like Australia in terms of attracting investment? Australia is a country with great governance, great workforce, very predictable investment climate. One of the things I know that Ukraine is working on is how do they make themselves a more attractive place for investment, just the way Australia and many other places have. And so one of the things I think for us to think about, and for Australia to think about, in addition to many other generous things that it's doing, is certain kinds of advice in terms of the kind of experience Australia's had to be such an attractive place to do business. And I think one of the things for Ukraine to become a member of the European Union, I think some of the conditions are going to be about how does Ukraine improve its investment climate, something that Australia knows a lot about. So I just think maybe something for us to think about is how do we help Ukraine as they grapple with this, because I know this is in your inbox right now. Yes, isn't that right, Minister?
Sure.
So, and if I think, Minister Conroy, about Australia, and if I think about food, mining, energy, banking and services, infrastructure finance, these are all some of Australia's strengths, including renewable energy as well. I just think I'm sure there's been some thinking about how the private sector in Australia can participate and be a partner to Ukraine. I'm sure that's come across your radar screen.
Yeah, no, sure, and we're trying to use our expertise in foreign markets. So we've got at the moment the Pacific Infrastructure Financing Facility, which we're spinning off a climate aspect of as well, and that's all about working with nations on infrastructure projects, but doing it in a way where we don't leave an unsustainable debt burden.
Sure.
Where we work on a combination of projects that might just be purely commercial, some that need concessional finance, some that need grants, but projects that ultimately advance the economic development of those nations, but in a way that's sustainable for those countries, because obviously you're talking about the deficits that you're having to run in a wartime economy, and as I said, in the Pacific, they're facing a massive debt burden as a result of COVID. And so anything we can do which doesn't add unsustainably to debt is really important while growing these economies.
And I think also about the future of Ukraine and its reconstruction. It has a lot of nuclear energy, which is zero carbon, and it has some gas. A lot of it, they've had the gas dependency on Russia, and they have not a very large base of renewable. I think, Minister, it's fair to say that in the future there's going to be a lot more renewable energy in Ukraine. In fact, there's some folks, we have a commission, I'll talk about in a little bit, that I'm directing on Ukraine Reconstruction Commission, and we've had a very senior person, Michael Polsky is one of our co-chairs. He runs the largest renewable energy company in the world called Envisioning, and he thinks that Ukraine could, be self-sufficient on renewables and nuclear between the two. And so I know that, your government in Australia is thinking a lot, climate is an important priority for your government, and that perhaps maybe there's some opportunities around renewable energy, and maybe Australia has a role to play in renewables in the conversation about reconstructing Ukraine.
Absolutely. It's not a well-known fact that 90% of the world's photovoltaic cells, the rooftop solar cells, are based on Australian technology.
Oh, wow.
Now, we don't have any jobs out of it because of policy failings, but the technology is there, and we do lead the world in uptake of solar cells. And our government has a goal of reaching 82% renewable energy by 2030.
Oh, my word.
Very ambitious. We're at about 25% now.
That's a very ambitious goal.
Turbocharged, and there'll be a combination principally of wind and solar. And so we'd be delighted to work. And one of the lessons we've taken is, particularly for solar farms and wind farms, there's a win-win for landholders, particularly farmers. Obviously, Ukraine is a great region for growing things like wheat. You were one of our competitors, and we hope you're a competitor again very shortly. But we've got great models where farmers derive really significant income from solar and wind farms on their property in a way that doesn't impact their farming practices. And that's just a concrete example of a win-win approach.
So, Minister, I know you're thinking about renewable energy as a bigger part of the mix. What's your reaction to that?
Before the war, we created good environment to attract investment in green energy, and it was attractive. And I believe after the war, we can continue to attract this investment in this field, because it's so important for us to diversify our sources of energy. Now we are not so dependent on gas. As you mentioned, we have our storages of gas, but we don't want to use gas as a sources to generate electricity.
Well, look, I'm cognizant of the time. I think we need to end this now. Minister Conroy, thank you for being here. It's a privilege to have you here. We very much value here at CSIS our partnership with Australia. We have a new Australia chair, as you know, and we have great ties with Ambassador Synadinos, who's here in his embassy. I really appreciate the ambassador being here. And so thanks for being here. Thank you for making some really important remarks, and we were very grateful that you would take time out of your busy schedule for being with us today. Thank you.
pleasure.
Great, thanks, Minister. Okay.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do a set change. I think we're going to have our panel come up to talk about Ukraine. CSIS is running a high-level panel on Ukraine reconstruction. We're really grateful. My friend Lena Kazarni's on the commission, along with Karan Bhatia's on the commission. Thanks, both of you, for being here. I'm really pleased to have Odile Renaud-Basso, who's the president of the EBRD, one of the most consequential institutions in the world, and is going to be front and center on Ukraine reconstruction. I really appreciate you here, and thank you for your leadership at this key moment. I'm thrilled and honored to have Minister Serhiy Marchenko, who is the finance minister of Ukraine, with us today. And so I'm not going to say much more than that. I think the minister, I'm going to give you a chance to make a couple of comments, but I think we all support Ukraine in responding to this unprovoked invasion by Russia. Ukraine, of course, has to win the war, and it's looking like that. And we're all supportive of that. And I think, but what does winning the peace look like for Ukraine 5 years from now, Minister? What does that look like?
Thank you very much. 5 years from now, it's a good perspective. That we should look at this situation like marathon. Because if you envisage that war will end sooner than later, if not, it makes you nervous and disappointed you. So it's better to prefer to understand this war can grab on, and we for 2023 expect that war will continue. And that's why it helped us to boost our energy and to get enough strength to fulfill this mission.
Okay. What do you need right now from the international community for you to succeed? It's easy. That's an easy question.
Yes, of course, it's an easy question. Now we're here to discuss all our issues which we have. It's first and foremost in how other nations can help our nation, Ukrainian nation, to win this war. And we are thankful and grateful for military support, and again for financial support. Okay. At this moment, we already received $21 billion as a direct concessional loans and grants into our budget. 50% of that is grant financing, so we need to have a debt stock and help us to relieve our debt for future. Again, for next year, we have a deficit around 3-4 billion per month. It's less than this year because we have done our homework. We make necessary compression of our expenditures. It's not an easy when you make tightening in your expenditures. But again, we should do some stuff. We can collect revenues and it helped us to show our partners that we could be reliable, that we could achieve success in governing, and they can believe us and trust us.
Okay, so there's been a constant refrain, and I agree with it, that Ukraine should be in the lead on reconstruction. How do we think about coordination issues within the international community, and how should that work? Because I think there's a lot of discussion about this.
I will split this question in two dimensions: rapid recovery for survival,
Yeah.
and for next year we drastically needed $17 billion as a whole to reconstruct our critical infrastructure. You're well aware that when I came here in DC, I realized that this missile attack in our capital, Kyiv, it was 80 rockets which destroyed energy infrastructure.
Schools and
yes, of course, there's no military attack. It was directed on civilian infrastructure. And we need money to restore it, to repair it. Now we're using our budget money, but of course, next time we realize we should rebuild and recover all of that. So first dimension is our critical infrastructure, and second dimension is a huge after-war reconstruction and development. And you know that World Bank RDNA assessment they made, and they estimated our damages around $300 billion US. And it means that, of course, it's a huge amount of money. It's higher than our GDP right now.
Yeah.
We need to build the capacity to get this money, and we expected that frozen Russian assets could be the source of such a rebuilding of Ukraine. So that's two dimensions, but I would prefer to talk about budget needs and rapid financial needs for next year. Reconstruction, it's worth to discuss, but it's maybe bigger discussion than critical one.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, Minister. Odile, thanks for being here. I think EBRD is one of the most important institutions, not as well known in Washington as it should be. I really appreciate you being here. I think it's going to get a lot more attention, along with the European Investment Bank institutions that are, the EIB is not well known in Washington. I think both your institutions are going to be a lot more well known. The United States is the largest shareholder of the EBRD. And so I'm really, really pleased that you're here. Let me ask you this question. How should the international community coordinate itself in partnership with Ukraine in reconstruction?
So, I fully agree. First of all, thank you for inviting me.
Of course.
And on your question, it's clear that there is a need for coordination on both sides. There is a need of coordination, and I think on the Ukrainian government side, they already worked a lot on, defining priorities, assessing the short-term needs, the medium-term needs, the long-terms, and so forth. But this is a very important part, having very well-structured partner in the Ukrainian government in order to have, well-functioning administration. And I must say, what is absolutely amazing during that war is how the government and all the society continue to function and to be completely effective in dealing with all the day-to-day activity. On the international community side, there is also a clear need of coordination because first of all, there is a lot of donors. There will be, the need to mobilize everybody to contribute. Yesterday there were a meeting organized of sort of coalition of, it's huge amount of countries, huge number of countries. So of course it's very important to have a common view. And it's also important to have a common view with Ukraine on what are the priorities in terms of financing, but also what are the priorities in terms of reform, transformation of the country, how to start with that, and so forth. So these two elements need to go hand in hand, both in terms of issues and in terms of structure. It needs to be inclusive, so I think all supporting countries need to be part of it. the EU is likely to have an important driving role because, I mean, in the reconstruction process because of the accession agenda.
I want to come back to that.
And I think the accession agenda will be very important in the transformation of the country reform agenda because there is all this acquis communautaire that the country will have to take on board. But it needs to be, US needs to are very important players as well as UK, Canada, I mean all G7 countries plus beyond because you see now support coming from everywhere. I mean, Norway would provide very strong support on the financial side. So, so this is complex. So you need to, that means I guess that you need to have a sort of platform of coordination with everybody agreeing on a sort of roadmap, both investment and policy. A secretariat needs to be there, and you have to have implementation. And I mean, a bank like EBRD can play a very important role in that respect in terms of implementation, but also contributing to, I mean, policy dimension, policy work in the country.
So could I just give you a chance to just do a 1 minute infomercial, if you know that term in English, could you do a minute infomercial on the EBRD and what are you doing for Ukraine? Because I think it's quite important for everyone to understand that we have an audience here, but we have a very large audience online, and we'll have thousands of people who are in the United States and elsewhere who may not have ever heard about the EBRD, to understand how important you are and what a consequential partner you are to Ukraine. I wanted to give you a chance to talk about this.
So EBRD created in 1992 in the context of the collapse of the Soviet Union with a view really to transform all post-Soviet countries or post-Soviet bloc countries towards free market economy with adhering to the principle of multi-party democracies and so forth. So I mean really the foundation of the EBRD are the transformation of post-Soviet economies towards free market economies. And so the focus is to mainly the private sector. 75% overall of our investments are in the private sector, but we can still do a bit of public sector. And our scope of intervention was originally former Soviet Union, all the countries coming out from the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and we progressively extended to Turkey, and now after the spring, Arab Spring, Maghreb.
But tell us about what do you do? How much did you invest last year in Ukraine?
So in Ukraine, overall investment, so 30 years of activities in Ukraine, 18 billion of investment.
18 billion.
No, not in 1 year, overall.
Yeah, over the last 3 years, $18 billion.
And on a yearly basis, before the war, 1 billion, more or less, and mainly in the private sector.
Yeah.
And what we are doing now in the war situation is to continue and even to increase, because we already now, as of beginning of October, have invested 1 billion, and we will continue to have projects and probably end up between 1 and 1.5 this year, or 1.2.
Right, you can see why I wanted her on this panel, right? So Adil,
I know one important thing, which is currently we are the only bank, IFI, taking risk on our balance sheet. Because what we've done in March or April is to say, well, we are going to continue to support Ukraine, but in view of the situation, of course, we are a bank. We have a rating.
Yeah.
We have
AAA rating.
We have risk officers.
Yeah.
We need to manage our risk and to keep our financial solidity. And so to do that, to be able to do that and still increasing our exposure, we asked for risk sharing with donors, and we got a lot of support.
So the United States showed up
from the US because they very quickly gave us 500 million grants to share the risk, to support our project in Ukraine, and that really has triggered, first of all, it has gave some motivation to everybody, and we already had a bit of guarantees from the EU, but it really other EU countries really stepped up also, but the US had a leading role, very important role.
I'm very pleased that the United States showed up and supported the EBRD in this way. I'm going to call it the Alexia Latortu Memorial Grant Contribution to EBRD, who's the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, who's an alum of EBRD and understands the importance of the EBRD. So Alexia, I know you're watching. Good work. Thank you for that. But Odile, I want to talk about EU accession. It seems to me that the goal is, my view is, I'm going to say this here publicly, the European Union needs to set a timeline now. Ukraine is winning on the battlefield. They're asking for enormous amounts of money of financial support. The United States is providing $1 billion a month in budget support, which is an eye-watering number for us. 1.5, a huge number. The land speed record for European Union accession is 6 years. Now, maybe that's a little short, and I know a number of countries such as Germany and France are going to say, oh my goodness. It seems to me that we ought to come up with a timeline for Ukraine to join the European Union, not 20 years from now, because if you give people a couple of drinks in the hallways, they'll say, well, yeah, maybe they'll join in 20 years. We ought to set a specific timeline saying by 2030, if you do the following things, you're going to join the European Union. 5 years? Okay, let's do it in 2 years, right. So I'd say, I'm with you, Minister, I'm with you, let's do it in 2 years. That's probably, I mean, the land speed record is 6 years. So there's some timeline. I don't know if it's 2 years, I sure as heck isn't 20. And I'm not asking you to comment on the timeline, Odile, but it seems to me that the EU accession and the conditionality is sort of the North Star for all, whatever the EBRD is going to do, whatever USAID is going to do, whatever the World Bank is going to do, whatever the European Investment Bank, another really important institution that's not as well appreciated in the United States as it should be. Werner Hoyer is going to be here later today at a reception we're doing. But we're going to, it seems to me that the DFIs, the ECAs, the MDBs, all this alphabet soup of institutions need to align with European Union conditionality. Could you just talk about that? So I have a view that I'd like them to be a member as soon as darn possible. But if that's, but aside from that, there's a series of conditions that Ukraine's going to need to meet. All of the way in which we help Ukraine ought to be aligned with that. Do you agree with that?
I completely agree. And to be frank, we have also the experience of Eastern Europe, who joined the EU, and accession to the EU was a key driver for the reform agenda in all these countries. So I think that this will have the same role in Ukraine. And indeed, it's because all the EU standards are the international standards in terms of rule of law, transparency, competition, and so forth. And I think this will be really a defining element, defining direction, very important driver.
Okay, great. What do you think, Minister, about this issue of EU accession and conditionality? Could you just comment on that for a minute, please?
Of course, every minister in our cabinet comment on our commitments which we made in these articles, and that's why we are struggle to achieve this goal as soon as possible. It's for us. It's not like you mentioned 10 years. We are now educating a little faster. And we can contribute faster, we can make changes faster. That's why we want to use this opportunity. Of course,
this is the best opportunity you're ever going to have.
Of course, war is a bad scenario for us, but it provided us some possibility for a huge jump. And I believe we can use it.
Okay, Minister, I'm aware you have to leave at 9:30, and so I'm thank you, Karan, and thank you, Lena, for just letting me take advantage of this. But I want to do an infomercial for my friends at Horizon Capital. So Horizon Capital has a new fund. So Lena Kazarny is the CEO of Horizon Capital. It's the most important private equity fund in Ukraine. They've made a big bet on your country. Could you just spend a minute? Why is the Horizon Capital Fund that EBRD is an investor in, why is that important? And I'd like to hear Odile as to why did you invest in the Horizon Capital Fund? But I want to hear that from you.
It's important because when we are talking next stage of our reconstruction and development, it's only business who can help to rebuild our countries. I don't believe that IFIs, our partners, can help us. They can, but the majority and the ability to attract investments, it's the source of our prosperity. So Amen. That's why we should create this environment to attract this investment.
President Zelensky announced it on his daily television address, is that right?
Yes.
Good. Odile, why did EBRD invest in Horizon Capital's fourth fund?
Because first of all, they are long-term partners. When the first time I went to Kiev, one of the first person I met was her. So I mean that was, and so we were very happy with the first investment and we did in the fund. And now, why now? Because we believe it's important to continue to support the private sector now. And what we've been, all the activities we are doing with our 1 billion and more is to finance as much as we can the private sector. This is the only equity investment we are doing because there is not, I mean, the opportunities are not so many, but this is a very good opportunity.
So Lena, talk about thanks for being here. So you're the CEO of Horizon Capital, the most important private equity fund in Ukraine and Moldova, and you've been bullish on Ukraine for decades. And so you've just, in the middle of a war, raised $125 million from a number of funders, including EBRD, at a time when other people would maybe kind of not think this is the moment. Why did you do this? And tell us why you're optimistic about the future of Ukraine.
Thank you, Dan. I feel such a responsibility because I'm the representative of the private sector on this panel.
Well, along with Karan.
In addition to Karan, but you know, I've been in Ukraine for 30 years. I've been in Ukraine for 30 years. I'm proud to be the CEO of Horizon Capital. We've brought in 1.2 billion assets under management since the war started. And we know that the war started in 2014. We've raised 3 funds, over 600 million. This latest fund that you talked about is our $250 million fund that we, before September 30th, September 26th, one of the greatest days of my life, we had a signing ceremony with the president, with our LPs backing us, all of whom moved in record speed. So when you hear this, that IFIs, it's slow, et cetera, 8 months from when we started raising this fund until we were in London at the signing ceremony, we expected to raise 100 million, we got to 125. EBRD is the largest backer of the fund, followed by IFC and 3 governments, Swiss, Dutch, and German governments. We were also thrilled to track Western NS, Dan's on that board, very important, which is a US enterprise fund. And also, we attracted the Rockefeller Foundation, which is extremely important because typically you bring in the DFIs at the beginning to send the signal to the private market. The fact that the private foundation insisted on coming in at first closing was extremely important. So it was a great moment. It's important because we're not waiting for the war to end. And this is the message that I want to send to everyone, is that 97% of the businesses in Ukraine are operational. I also am chair of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. This is a group of 600 companies, Google included, who've invested $50 billion in Ukraine. I mean, these folks, we just had a survey October 5th, and I just want to share with you because 131 of the CEOs answered this survey. 77% believe the war will end in 2023. 92% believe Ukraine will win. 98% are continuing operations in Ukraine and intend to continue. And if you look at how did they make it through this period, because I can tell you, I mean, I was in Ukraine on Monday. I was sitting in a bomb shelter in Lviv with my husband, with my family, as Russia sent over 85 rockets over the country. I was sitting there on Monday. The reason why I came here is because, I mean, I had to leave that afternoon. I was actually planning to go to Kyiv on Sunday, decided to stay in Lviv for additional meetings. But the folks who are on the ground, the private sector who's operational, these people are heroes. They are there, they're continuing to operate, they're thinking about the safety and security of their people, they're doing incredible amounts of humanitarian aid and switching their business models to make sure that they're resilient throughout a time of war. You know, our companies alone, 26,000 people in the country. That's our extended family, 26,000. These folks alone have raised $30 million in humanitarian aid, delivered 1,000 tons. It's just incredible what these companies are doing on the ground. So this notion, which I hear often, is that Ukraine is receiving humanitarian aid, et cetera. No. Ukrainian business is operational, SMEs are operational, they have to operate in the most difficult of circumstances. Our team is on the ground, EBRD is on the ground, IFC's on the ground. These folks are on the ground, and what you said, Dan, I do have to, you know, jump a little bit to what can be done, and I know you asked me about this. I mean, number one is back those who are on the ground. And the fact that the EBRD, who's the country's largest investor, who has an enormous footprint across the country, who is continuing to operate today, the fact that they got donor funding in order to de-risk so that they can move quickly, 8 months into our fund, It's incredible. It's quick, it's fast. Give them more donor funding. Give IFC, who's on the ground, donor funding. I believe they're trying to do that, but do not try to recreate the wheel. Back the folks that are on the ground that can distribute funds quickly and get it into the private sector. The private sector is having difficulties. I mean, discount rate went up to 25%. You have folks who are paying 20 to 30% loans, interest. Can you imagine a business in the US surviving during a time of war, paying 20, 30% interest rate? That's what we have right now. And these folks, how do they do it? They have to cut costs. They have to delay investments, delay new projects, reformat their business model. That's how they're doing it. But the most important message is, don't wait for the end of the war. Folks need the capital now. Be as quick as possible. When Minister Marchenko says, I need to know what my budget is for next year, he needs to know. It's gone through first reading in Parliament. We can't wait. We can't have situations where you have amounts committed and undispersed, where you have disbursements at 25% or 30%. That number should be 100%. All the 2022 disbursements should be in the budget. EBRD should know that they have donor funding for next year of material amounts so that they can move quickly. The intermediaries, the banks, the PE funds should be capitalized because they're on the ground. Equity is king. You put in equity, you bring in debt, you can get things moving very quickly. So, that's my message, is really back those who are there, know that the private sector is operational, and we're going to be victorious. We're going to liberate our territories. We're going to liberate people first and foremost. And Ukraine is, I've been there 30 years, the greatest country on the face of this earth, and I'm glad that the world has seen that.
Thank you, Lena. That was great.
There's my
Amen.
commercial.
Okay, Karan, follow that. So, Karan, thank you for being here. You're with Google. I've learned a lot from Lena over the years, and one of the things she's taught me is that the economy of Ukraine is hands, which is manufacturing, grains, which is agriculture, and brains, which is ICT. And so, Google, is on the ground in Ukraine. What are the sorts of things that Google's doing now, and what are the opportunities that Google is taking on or seeing in Ukraine? And I'd love to hear your thoughts about the digital side of the economy in Ukraine. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks for putting together such a terrific panel on such an important topic. Look, our presence prior to the war was, Ukraine. I would say we had a modest-sized presence there. We had more than 100 people, but it was growing. And both in terms of the market itself being a increasingly vibrant market, and also, as you referenced, the quality of the talent in Ukraine, particularly in the technology space, is very strong. And so we certainly looked at it that way. And then the war hit, and I would say this became an all-of-company focus for us, dealing with the war and dealing with, excuse me, the fallout in terms of what products, what corporate actions should be as a result. So we convened at the most senior levels of the company sort of 4 significant work streams. One was around how do we help get good information into Ukraine, into the people. This is Google's core strength. We should be able to access, pull that information together, and there was such an enormous need. And the Ukrainian government was a great partner in this, in helping to figure out what the need was. Information about, availability of refugee resources, information about using Google Maps, so forth. So tremendous need there. Air raid alerts, for instance, trying to redesign mobile phones to allow for those to be delivered via phone in addition to the oral sound. So there was a ton of work to be done there, point one. Point two, maybe even more important, the challenge of disinformation that we increasingly saw coming from state-sponsored media, for instance, in Russia. So the need to fundamentally re-engineer some of our platforms to sort of deal with that new challenge. Today, as a result of actions we took shortly after the invasion, no Russian state-sponsored media on any Google platforms anywhere. It's sort of a remarkable change for how we approach it. in addition to obviously thousands of hours of YouTube video and so forth that we've taken down. So disinformation, second huge challenge. Third, cybersecurity. There is, and this is not limited to Ukraine. Let me tell you, it is a global challenge, but it's an area where government and the private sector need to work together. One of the things we did was Google happens to be the most attacked website in the world. We are, if you can take down Google, you can take down anyone. So we are the most attacked website in the world. So what we have done is worked with the minister's colleagues to be able to extend the protections that we apply to our own platforms to institutions in Ukraine, including governments and other institutions. And then lastly, obviously, there's the work that we and many other companies have done in the humanitarian space. Yeah. In our case, it was $45 million worth of aid, everything from helping children, equipping them with Chromebooks. There's been such a diaspora of Ukrainians that still want to be able to connect with their classmates and with their teachers. So a lot of good work done there, a lot of work being done around studying disinformation. But to your fundamental question about how do we think about the country going forward, and I think Lena sort of describes this accurately, we are fundamentally bullish. We're fundamentally optimistic. And we think that it comes down to on the corporate side, three things. It is not, for all of the good work that we and other companies have done on the philanthropic side, it cannot be philanthropy. That is not a sustainable model for private sector engagement going forward. It has to be with focus on products, first of all. So I will come up with the three Ps: products, people, and partnerships. I think on the product side, there is an appetite, a need, a utility to having products, not just in the IT space, but across the board in Ukraine, localized for the Ukrainian market. I think Lena referenced the work the AmCham is doing. There are many different sectors where that's true. For us, products like Google Search, Google Maps, Android, et cetera, are serving and will continue to serve a valid role there, and we think we can continue to invest in them. The second is in people. We have to continue to not just develop our Ukrainian employees, which we continue to do and invest in them, but also people writ large for the next era of Ukraine's growth coming out of this. It is going to be a digitally enabled, digital first growth pattern, we're confident. But that's going to require a partnership between the public and private sectors to invest in that skill set writ large for that future. One of the things we've done recently is extend what we call our Google Certificates program into Ukraine. This is an amazing program whereby what we've recognized is that many people in their career trajectories, maybe mid-career, maybe they've got blue-collar jobs or whatever, but want to be skilled, but don't either have the time or the resources to go through a full 4-year program. Within 6 months, we've got programs, online and in person, available now in Ukraine as well, that will allow people to retrain for digitally focused jobs, higher paying, higher skilled roles. And once qualified, you then get the certificate that allow you to be employed by hundreds of companies out around the world that recognize the value of that certificate. Hugely important. It's something that we think we can continue to invest in. And then lastly, and I'll stop, partnerships. And this is really, to go back to the other members of the panel, this is where funding, I think, is going to be absolutely critical. Because the partnership, I know we've heard notions floated by others of a new Marshall Plan for Ukraine. Sure. I don't know what the solution is necessarily going to be, but the private sector is ready, rearing to go, but there has to be the financial support and the financial capability to allow the private sector to come in and operate.
So, Karan, you have the minister here. What are the sorts of policies you need from the Ukrainian government to enable some of the things that you've talked about?
So in the IT and technology space, I flag 4 things as being key. Investment in infrastructure. You have got to have the digital infrastructure to enable this world to flourish. Ukraine had a strong infrastructure. Some of it has been damaged, but a lot of it remains, and a lot of it but it needs to continue to be invested in and updated. So infrastructure, digital infrastructure. Second is people, as I mentioned before. Continue to invest in the skilling of people in digital skills. Okay. The third is a technology-first orientation towards economic development, cloud-first policies as an example, which are both economically efficient, more sustainable, and so forth. And I give, by the way, the Ukrainian government enormous credit under the leadership of Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov, who we've dealt with, the minister, and President Zelensky, who has a vision of the future of Ukraine that is digitally first. So that's really critical. And then lastly, you just have to have the enabling regulatory infrastructure that allows for companies to feel confident investing, whether it's in, privacy policy, tax policy, trade policy. All of those are important.
Okay. So, Minister, I know you need to go. You've stayed a little bit longer because you wanted to support the panel, and please don't leave other panelists. But I know, but our friend, the Finance Minister, needs to leave. He's got a very busy schedule. Please thank the Finance Minister. Thank you for what you're doing. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, let me turn back to you, Lena. And so you chair the American Chamber of Commerce. If I think about what a future Ukraine looks like, if you ask me, having spent 6 months working on this commission that you're on and Karan, you're on, we are releasing today an interim report. I'll do a slight infomercial. We have an interim report for our Ukraine commission work, which is out today, and you can get it. It's a digital report, and so I encourage you all to take a look. But it seems to me what does winning look like is a Ukraine firmly embedded in the Euro-Atlantic community, a GNP per capita of Poland, the quality infrastructure of Japan, the technological sector of Estonia, but frankly, Ukraine's got a great technological sector, so I don't actually think it's in a class of its own, so to continue to have a growing and fabulous tech sector like Ukraine already has, the manufacturing capacities of Germany, the quality of governance of the Czech Republic, and sort of the defense capacities of Finland and Sweden so that no one ever messes with them ever again. So Lena, what are the kinds of policies that we need to see from the Ukrainian government, and what are the sorts of asks, knowing that the European Union is going to have this unique opportunity to kind of make some asks of Ukraine, what are the kind of asks you'd like to see from the European Union, from other friends of Ukraine, to kind of pull them in the right direction, given sort of this vision that I'd like to see 10 years from now for Ukraine?
Yeah, Dan, it's quite simple. When we talk to our members at AmCham, number one, they want Ukraine to defend its territory. They want the security and military spend to continue, because when you invest, you've got to have the country win this war, and that requires an incredible security and military spend. When Minister Marchenko was here, basically the foreign aid that Ukraine is getting is going into the budget and paying for the teachers, the pensions, all of that. The business sector, through VAT and other taxes, is paying for the military spend. So the business sector, the private business that is paying their taxes, are saying you need to make sure that, number one, you defend the country. Okay. Number two goes back to what you said about Euro-Atlantic. Number two priority for the business sector is the EU accession and everything that comes along with it. There are structural reforms, there is a path, there is a plan, whether Ukraine is 70% done or whatever the percentage is. The point is that as they go down that path and introduce those structural reforms, that's good for the entire environment. So it's not, Dan, that we want a specific this policy or that policy. It's everything that Karan talked about in terms of tax policy, predictability, et cetera, but it's a global bucket of EU accession. And the faster that happens, the faster Ukraine adopts those structural reforms, which, by the way, they've done a tremendous job with since 2014. More was done in those 5-6 years after 2014 than we saw in the 25 before that. So to continue on that path, rule of law, there's a great deal that has been done. The business community is, in general, pleased with the Supreme Court, pleased with the Office for Protection of Investor Rights that's been set up, pleased with all the different agencies that they can go to, the business ombudsman that, by the way, EBRD also backs, those kinds of institutions that have been set up. At the same time, you need to take the final steps so that Ukraine is known for rule of law, first and foremost. So that's clearly important. But I just want to go back, Dan, to one thing, to the ICT sector, because I mean, we are the largest tech investor. That has been a
Horizon
big
Capital.
focus. Yes, we are the largest tech investor in the country. We're working very closely with Ministry of Digital Transformation, with the Ministry of Finance, et cetera, to create DS City, which is a fantastic tax regime. It's you know, one of the last events I went to in February was the launch with the President, Prime Minister, everyone, this really fancy launch to launch DS City, which is essentially 7-8% tax regime over 25 years, attracting IT companies, product and service companies to register as residents and to have an employer-employee relationship, not private entrepreneur, but employer-employee relationship. And even during the war, you know, it was launched in February, 340 residents already. I mean, IT is a lifeline. IT is a lifeline. 0.6 billion a month, IT services. When we started investing, IT was 200 million a year. Now it's, last year, $6 billion of hard currency into the country. It will be 8 billion this year, and it will grow. Wow. So, I mean, it's a lifeline. When the ports weren't operational, when the exports can go out, you looked at what IT was bringing into the country, and it was a huge source. Together with IT plus remittances from migrants working abroad, that was the equivalent of foreign aid. It's enormous. So Ukrainians helping themselves, sending money back home, plus IT service, essentially was equivalent to the foreign aid that Ukraine was receiving.
So, Odile and Karan, tech is such a big part of the future of Ukraine, and Karan's laid out some of the ways in which he's the vision for the digital future, and Lena's explained they're the largest investor in the digital space. Let me start with you, Odile. You're putting $1 billion in last year. You're putting $1.5 billion in this year. What are the sorts of either reforms or policies you'd like to see happen in Ukraine? You follow it really carefully. And then could you also talk about some of the things that are needed in the digital space in particular, if you'd be willing to talk about that?
On the reform first of all, I agree with Lena that a lot had been done. And the priority now in this time of war is not backtracking. Yeah? So to keep all the progress done in terms of governance of companies, we've worked a lot, for example, on corporate governance, SOEs, SOBs, and everything that has been gained there in terms of bringing in high-level international board members, independent board members, and transparency and so forth is very important. And it's challenging because in a war you have a lot of, everything needs to be in an emergency and so forth. So that's the first thing. And then moving forward, there were some challenges before the war still. Role of oligarchs, transparency, rule of law, corruption, and so forth. So these are issues that really need to be addressed. As I was saying, the EU accession process will help very much, but this will be hard reform to be implemented and to be continued to be implemented and go further. So for me, it's a very, it will remain very high on the agenda in the coming years. For the time being, we are focusing a lot on supporting, for example, reform of the procurement system in order to improve the procurement with e-procurement, and the government is developing a new framework which is, to be more efficient, transparent, and so forth. Working also on human capital because, some people have left, so there is an issue of human resources, skills, need, and to be sure that, the resources there are the best use possible. So these are in the very short term what we, and as I was saying, keeping the good governance principle, preserve the independence of the central bank. It's very important to preserve the macro stability of the country. Ukraine has been doing a good job, I think, in getting external support, avoiding to monetize debt and to finance the war. So there has been some elements of it, but balanced and under control, limited. So this is a very important pillar, maintaining the good supervision of the bank and so forth. So all this needs to be continued. And for the digital sector, I think that there is a huge, we are starting from a very, very solid, very good basis. And what is the way the government use digital ID to manage the inflows of people fleeing out of the country or internally displaced people and so forth has been extremely effective. So I think that we need to continue to support the infrastructure, and they were not bad, but some of them may have been destroyed and so forth. So this will be very important, and to pursue with digitalization of public policies, and so forth, e-government, and continue to build this very strong hub of, high-tech potential companies. There is, I think, a huge potential there that will, is still there, continues to develop, but could grow much further after the war.
I think Ukraine doesn't get the credit it deserves on the digital side but I'd like it, people ought to associate Ukraine with digital the way that people associate Estonia with digital. And I'd like to, 5 years from now, people to think about Ukraine the way they think about Estonia in the digital space. So,
absolutely, absolutely. But for the time being, in the
it's a lot of money.
Billion, we are focusing more on, but digital infrastructure could be part of that, but really the basic infrastructure such as electricity, preserving electricity network, preserving the railway, and also financing agribusiness and for food security.
And small businesses, are you supporting?
And small businesses,
Yeah, great, thank you. So, Karan, if you think about I'd like to hear about your thoughts about additional policy reforms. You've talked a little bit about this, but also if you wanted to talk about the digital infrastructure and what are some of the things that you'd like to see going forward. And some of it, I'm sure, relates to things like cybersecurity and others, but.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe just to build off the comments that Odile was making, you referenced as well. I mean, it is the ambition of the Ukrainian government, as we have engaged with them, is to be up there at that Estonia kind of level, particularly in the provision of e-government services, which really falls into that category that I was talking about of having a technology-first mindset. That you think about the delivery of public services, you think about how to address, public challenges digitally, through a digital, and quite frankly, the thinking is more advanced than how our own government in the United States thinks about some of these challenges. I think we could take a page from some of the ambition here. It is this is not easily done. This is a substantial challenge. It does require both the all of government effort and obviously partnerships with the private sector, and coming back to the same point, it is not, you have to have the funding to be able to do this. And so I do think that is a key component. The other thing that I would just observe, Dana, is the investment. It is critically important given this moment in time that we have in sort of the global economy. There is a lot of macroeconomic concerns writ large around the world. I'm not telling you anything that's a surprise there.
Right.
And I think it is vitally important that in this moment that businesses have the confidence to be able to continue to make the investments in Ukraine and frankly in the whole CE region. I think when you layer on top of all of these macroeconomic concerns that apply everywhere, the uncertainties that exist by virtue of the war and the geopolitical situation, many businesses are sort of saying, would say, let me pause and think about it. From our vantage point, we actually, we've doubled down on our investment. We recently announced, for instance, not in Ukraine, but right next door in Poland, and actually with an eye to utilizing Ukrainian refugees and other workers in our now Polish-based workforce, a huge $700 million investment in Warsaw in a new facility to be able to continue to grow there. I think it is going to require courage on the part of the business community to lean in, and the more progress we see on things like EU accession, the more firmness we see within NATO on its alliance, I think the more comfort you are going to see from the business community at this particular moment. So I'll leave it there.
Great. All right, I want to come back to go ahead, Lena.
Let me just jump in on this, because imagine a country where 30% of the infrastructure is destroyed and the internet has never gone down. The banking sector worked from the very beginning. There was never a run on the banks. This is because of the infrastructure that is in place. It's incredible. It's an incredible story. EBRD is too humble to talk about this, but just before, in April 2021, they gave us the largest private sector loan, one of the companies that 96% we own, Data Group, Voila, $65 million loan. We were able to do $20 million network modernization with Cisco equipment. The number of DDoS attacks that we have is, I mean, we service 100% of the banks, all the government ministries, 50% of the corporate sector, over 200. That is vital infrastructure. That is resilient. That is ensuring that all the connectivity together with the mobile operators continues. That's really important. Even on Monday, you know, I mean, the first company that I'm tracking on Monday is the Comcast of Ukraine, right? What's happening? I mean, it's incredible what they did on Monday. I mean, you know what happened on Monday. I mean, the electricity substations, the electricity grid was targeted, as well as connectivity. And what they were doing, the Ministry of Digital Transformation was delivering diesel to the operators so that they could fuel diesel generators to keep the connectivity going for the country. It's incredible. You know, it's not just that they're making policy, you know, when we did Ukraine House Davos, Adil was one of our panelists. When we did Ukraine House Davos this year, we had, you know, half a day of Minister Fedorov. On the stage, he's got the digital ministers from Latvia, Estonia, Finland. They were just looking at him and saying, we can learn nothing from you. I mean, you can learn nothing from us. We need to learn from you. 18 million people are on the DIA app. Everything's on there. Your passport, your license. What you said about President Zelensky, it comes from the top. Ukraine and a smartphone. That was his platform. That was he's been doing. If they hadn't done that, I'm not sure, you know, we would be where we are today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we are challenged. Like we are a fairly technologically advanced. We are challenged to try and keep up with some of the vision of what the minister and the president put forward. And we're enormously flattered, I would say, and I would thank the minister. We were awarded a Peace Prize by the first company to be awarded the Peace Prize by the Ukrainian government. But from our vantage point, that sort of imposes a special challenge to lean forward here as we continue, and I think other companies feel that as well. We're at a moment in time where there is such support, I think, for the technology, within the technology community, I'll just speak for ongoing making this a success story. But it is going to require these other pieces to all fall into place.
Okay, so I want to talk about governance. So one of the things so I think we've talked a little bit about that there's been significant progress since 2014. My view is if you're going to clean house, you're going to find some stuff. And so if I think about Ukraine and I think about the Transparency International metrics, it's around the same level as Kazakhstan, Mexico, Panama, Indonesia. Those countries don't get the same sort of country, you know, reputational whack that Ukraine gets on the issue of governance and corruption. So I think there is corruption. There seems to be there's sort of three narratives on corruption. There's the narrative that I think is perpetrated by Russian disinformation that I'm not going to repeat here, but there's a Russian disinformation narrative. There's a second narrative, which is I don't want to talk about this issue because I'm being triggered because I hear the first narrative, and so I don't want to talk about it. We need to find a third way to talk about the issue of governance and corruption in Ukraine that recognizes the progress, but doesn't create a country brand that we should not associate Ukraine, its country brand should not be associated with this. I don't associate Indonesia, Mexico, Kazakhstan, or Panama with this issue. So I think, unfortunately, maybe there is some truth to the fact that there's been, I think, some disinformation that's been used to kind of, what the Russians do is they take some truth and then they blow it up into a snowball and exaggerate it. So could I ask you each to talk about the issue of governance and how it's a challenging issue, it's being addressed, but how should we think about this, and just from each of your own perspective, how to think about this issue? Odile, let me start with you.
No, I mean, I believe this is an issue. I think your first component is also true, but I think there is,
there is a disinformation component, yeah.
But the both elements are relevant, I think, and when you in terms of, we work a lot also in Kazakhstan, and I think probably the structure and the history is quite different,
Yeah.
and the way it works is quite different. As I was saying, I believe a lot of things have been done in order to address that, starting really by the way companies function, the way the tax system functions, and so forth, but more needs to be done. And,
Okay.
and I think that's, that is particularly relevant at a time where there will be a lot of international support, taxpayer money poured in the country to support and to guarantee some investment, to support the budget and so forth. So it's particularly, I think it's very needed to be sure and to reassure international community that this is going to be addressed. One of the real specificity of I think is a problem of function of the judicial system, where there has been, where there were some courts very well known for not being completely dysfunctional. So I think that is one of the elements where there also some progress has been made. And we also see now that the perspective of the EU accession triggers a new additional reform appointment of a prosecutor and so forth, which is very good. But then I think, because when you have a very credible, independent and professional judicial system, it helps really setting the right tone and the right standards.
Okay. Let me jump to you, Lena, about this. So if I say to you, governance, anti-corruption agenda, what's your response?
My response is it starts with every person. And I mean, in general, the climate, we are delighted with what the IMF has done in terms of ensuring that this is included in their assistance and in the way they work with Ukraine. You know, EBRD has a huge policy area that also helps Ukraine on a broader perspective. I mean, we're very pragmatic. We're in the business community. Corruption is a two-way street. There are those who offer and ask, and those who pay, and those who don't and escalate and refuse to do so. So, I mean, obviously, we are managing U.S. government money. We're managing IFI money, private sector money. In 28 years that I've been in Ukraine, I haven't been in a situation where I've been asked for anything. What we have seen is that we've seen that there's bad actors at lower levels in a bureaucratic structure, mainly in regions. And what is important is for the private sector to be able to escalate this. And this is important because in the past, you know, what could you do? Like 20 years ago, they ran to the embassies, right? And came to the US Embassy and said, hey, somebody in Odessa is asking me to pay something. You know, now it's like you have the business ombudsman. You go to the, you know, as AmCham, we helped set up an office for protection of investor rights at the General Prosecutor's Office because they bring all these agencies together. And 2/3 of the cases that we brought forward, we basically said, here's the case, here's the lawyer, here's the documents, here's what's happening somewhere in, you know, some region somewhere. And that was taken under auspices of the Office of Protection Rights and addressed. So, you know, what we say to everyone is do not be silent, escalate it, raise it, shine a light on it. And when you go back to the new generation, I mean, the new generation is completely different than what you saw in the 90s. These folks, digitalization is key to corruption. If you don't have a government bureaucrat to talk to, if you're doing your procurement via Prozoro, if you are sitting there with your DIA app and getting your government services through the DIA app, you're not running around to register like I did when my kid was born in Ukraine. I had to go to 30 different offices, stand in line and all that kind of stuff. You're doing it in 2 clicks on your DIA app. So, I mean, that's a big, digitalization, you know, is a huge antidote for corruption.
I love it. Correct.
I can't say it better than Lena did. It was going to be, look, corruption writ large globally is a drag on growth, investment, and so forth. I don't want to, and it frankly also works particularly to the detriment of companies that are American or headquartered in other places that have very strong anti-corruption prohibitions and so forth. So we sometimes see that, you know, when we're competing in markets with companies from countries that don't have that set of rules. So having said that, absolutely believe in high global standards on this, which is absolutely important, and it is an incentive, having strong protections and so forth, and the culture to foreign investment. But just to underscore what Lena said so effectively, the best thing that we've seen to be able to tackle that is digitization, and particularly the digitization of government-related services. Bits don't ask for bribes, is what we've so.
I love
yeah.
that. All right, so I want each of you for 1 minute, when you look ahead, what are you most optimistic about in the future of Ukraine? Like, what gives you hope and optimism? Because I have a lot of hope for the country. I'm bullish on it. Let me start with you, Lena, since you've just raised a $125 million fund. You're making a big bet on the future of Ukraine. What gives you hope about the future of Ukraine?
The people, the new generation, the people. The people are everything. The president did not run. He stayed. The entire government stayed. Everybody was there. That showed so much leadership to the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people are united. This is existential for them. They are trying to wipe them off the face of the earth, and that's what's happening. There is no negotiation. There is no, they fight or they lose their country and die. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with. The stakes are very high. Nobody expected them to be at this point. Folks thought 3 days it'd be over and Ukraine would be part of Russia. That's not the case. It is because of the people. It is because of the world community standing with them. So I know that Ukrainians will persevere. They will get through this. And then we're going to see the best years and decades of Ukraine's development. There's a chance to transform everything. The old Soviet buildings, gone. You have a chance to build a new society, to do it in a sustainable, climate-friendly way, energy-efficient way. I think the whole world community that's been standing with Ukraine throughout this is going to rally for the reconstruction and be there shoulder to shoulder and build one of the greatest countries in the world. So I'm looking forward to that. I wish I was, I came to Ukraine when I was 23 in 1991. I wish I was 23 coming now. I mean, my 15-year-old is going to dedicate her life, wants to do urban planning, and I think she's going to have decades of work ahead of her. So,
Karan, what are you optimistic about?
I mean, the people is absolutely sort of a core to this. I'd echo what Lena said, but also, as we referenced before, so the natural talent, the natural, the digital skill set, I think we see as being a core asset. The other thing that I'm optimistic about is, honestly, after years of uncertainty about the transatlantic relationship writ large, we've seen around the conflict this sort of coming together, and both about Ukraine and its defense and the need to continue to invest and support the country, but more generally, we're seeing sort of alignment around, for instance, how technology standards can be adopted or in ways that hopefully will help support that going forward. So it is, the jury is still out on the latter point. I think there's a lot of work that continues to need to be done there, but it is a point for optimism as well.
Great. Odile?
For me, the courage of the people, the capacity, the resilience they have, all this country really fighting day after day, all together with when the political history, now they are really united and so determined that I think this is really, the best base for being hopeful. Then when this is sorted out, they will really jump for building again a much better, with all the new, best thing they could get. So I really believe that this is a major source of hope, because they are going through very difficult times, but nothing, without moving, keeping on and keeping everything functioning, which is absolutely amazing. And I think we should all admire, we all admire this country for that, but I think this would be a huge strength going forward.
Thank you all so much. Please join me in thanking the panel. It's great. Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. We're going to have several more panels, one on energy disruption here on the second floor. We're going to have one downstairs on debt. Please join us after a 15-minute coffee break. Thank you. How are you? Thanks for being here. Thank you. This is great. Thank you. Yeah. How you do? How's
literally, we're assigned, we assigned exactly this nexus a year before we left office. Energy for development and for growth. I didn't want to.
All right, why don't we get started? It's 10:30. Thank you everyone for coming. My name is Ben Cahill. I'm a senior fellow in the Energy Security and Climate Change program here at CSIS. And I'm really pleased that you all made it for this great discussion on balancing energy transitions while ensuring energy access. This is a really pivotal time for global energy security. It's a time of enormous stress in the global energy system. We're all aware of the problems that have been caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the ripple effects that that's sent throughout the global energy system in terms of gas prices, electricity prices, particularly in Europe, but really affecting the whole world. And at the same time, we're really grappling with how to ensure better energy access and meet some of the sustainable development goals around ensuring affordable, reliable, sustainable energy access for all. I think in the run-up to the next COP meeting, it's become a real challenge to have these conversations in parallel. And there's obviously a lot of friction and challenges that are happening now. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And I'm really pleased to have a stellar panel, people with long experience at lots of varied institutions to talk about this and bring different perspectives to bear. And I'll tee things up with some broad questions to get the conversation started in a minute. But let me just briefly introduce them. So Jude Moore is Senior Policy Fellow at the Center for Global Development. He previously served as Liberia's Minister of Public Works, and before that he was Deputy Chief of Staff to President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at a really transformative time for Liberia in terms of building road, power, port infrastructure, and social programs in Liberia after the war. So thank you for being with us. Stephanie von Friedeberg recently stepped down as the IFC's first Senior Vice President for Operations. She spent almost 3 decades at the World Bank Group. And she most recently led all IFC investment operations and advisory services and managed a $60 billion debt and equity portfolio in more than 100 countries around the world. So the broadest sweep you can imagine. Holger Rothenbusch is Managing Director and Head of Infrastructure at British International Investment. And he leads BII's program in infrastructure and climate finance. And he has more than 25 years of experience in development finance in emerging markets. And last but not least, we have Katie Auth. She's Policy Director at the Energy for Growth Hub. And previously, she served as Senior Development Finance Advisor at USAID, and she was Acting Deputy Coordinator of the U.S. government's Power Africa Initiative. So a great panel, lots of experience here. I want to throw out a couple broad questions that I think we'll talk about in various ways. First, how do we enhance energy access even as we try to accelerate the long-term transition away from fossil fuels? Second, are developing countries being treated fairly in an equitable way in global transition planning? What is the role of multilateral development banks, other international institutions, and national governments in financing energy transitions in developing economies? And how do we pull all this off at a time of a lot of economic strain around the world and limited fiscal space for governments? So those are some broad questions. We'll have to turn it over to the panelists in turn to make some brief opening comments, and then we'll just have an open discussion. So Jude, why don't we start with you?
Sure.
Thank you. Pleasure being here this morning. One of the first points that I wanted to make this morning is that on the question of the energy transition and addressing climate change insofar as low-income countries in Africa are concerned, the primary objective of governments in Africa is to address the poverty question. Climate change aggravates that problem. Climate change fuels that problem and undermines effort to rein that problem in. But insofar as those governments are concerned, the prism through which they see the climate question is solving that poverty question. Katie's colleague and my colleague, Todd Moss, made this illustration popular where he said his refrigerator in Montgomery County used more electricity than the average Ghanaian, Tanzanian, or Ethiopian. So on my way here, I looked up this year on the US energy market, what is the most energy efficient 20 cubic feet refrigerator? And it's a Whirlpool one. And it uses around 605 kilowatt hours per year. The highest listed per capita use of energy in Africa's most populous country, Nigeria, is from 2012. It was around 157 kilowatt hours. So the highest ever registered per capita use of energy in Nigeria is still about 4 times lower than the most energy efficient refrigerator on the market in 2022. We're not going to solve the energy problem, the poverty problem in Africa if we cannot ramp up energy use in the lives of Africans. How we get there is the conversation we have while addressing the climate question. So I think as we begin this debate, it is important that if you're listening to Africans and having a respectful conversation with Africans, then it has to be centered in the continent's need to end the poverty.
Great, thanks, Jude. That's really good grounding comments to start. Stephanie?
So Ben, thank you. It's great to be here. I want to give you another statistic on Nigeria, just as an aside. Wired magazine ran an article about 18 months ago where they said that the gamers in the United States use more energy than the 250 million people in Nigeria on an annual basis. So just put that in perspective. But I'm actually glad to be here because I think this conversation pulls together maybe a nexus of 3 things that are going on globally that I think are super important. First is this notion of the reintroduction of the tug of war between globalization, the international framework that was built after the Second World War, and nationalization, which is adding to the fragility that my panelist mentioned earlier. I think that's an important piece of this conversation. Second, I do think that we need to look at climate change and ask ourselves whether or not this energy crisis can finally bring a proper discussion to where we really are in terms of getting to net zero. And how far off course we are. If you just look at the floods, the fires, and the famines that we've experienced globally in the last 6 months, we really are pretty far off course. And then third, energy is the oxygen of every economy. And I actually think the Ukrainian crisis has brought that to the fore. In my lifetime, and I'm American, I do not remember brownouts and load shedding in the Midwest of this country. It's happening now. And our government has gone from talking about climate change to talking about energy security almost overnight. And if you look at the developing world, the voice for energy equity is finally rising. So I think a silver lining of all of this, maybe we can use COP to have that necessary conversation about how do we implement a global public good around climate.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Holger?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here this morning, and good morning to you all. I think the 2 topics that have been sort of put out there, energy crisis and energy transition, obviously impact the world and many emerging markets. But I suspect one has to be mindful of, and that sort of goes to the point that Jaude made, many emerging markets, certainly in Africa, have been living in energy crisis forever. I mean, this is not something which is new. It has been exacerbated clearly by what's going on globally. So the cost of imported fuel has gone through the roof, and that puts further strain on anyway constrained public finances, and the parallel panel that is happening on debt sustainability, I mean, speaks to this. So that certainly has made matters worse. But going into this energy crisis, you know, these countries have already had that. You know, Stephanie just mentioned brownouts in the Midwest. You know, South Africa, which is the most developed country in Africa, is now more often than not having load shedding 6, which is 6 hours per day of no power, you know, on a roaming basis. And this is in a sort of semi-industrialized country, like in South Africa. So this is the order of magnitude of the problem that existed before the global energy crisis really came into existence. And that is against also the background of the energy access issue, which is obviously, as many of you will know, very much playing out in Africa. More than 600 million people in Africa do not have access to sustainable and to reliable power. So those are crises and problems that have persisted regardless of whatever happens at the global scene. Now, where do we go from there? I think the energy transition conversation, I think has, in my view, sort of two sides. One is a very positive one, which is highlighting the fact that we are now able to invest, and countries can plan their economic growth paths in low-carbon growth alleyways, which didn't exist even 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago. So solar power is the cheapest source of energy available at this point in time. It is intermittent, and that is one of the challenges that many of these countries face because they don't have sort of baseload power to be balancing those additive power sources on their grids. But it is still very expensive, and one can build sort of sectors in a hybrid fashion that you do combine different technologies to have a greener development pathway than the developed markets would have experienced. So that is a good thing. You know, that is very much sort of the benefit of the investments in the technology over the last decades. And I personally believe that the energy crisis that we're seeing right now will expedite that development. You know, just investments that we are already seeing by countries like Germany, for example, in green hydrogen is going to expedite the the cost of electrolyzers to be coming down. Storage is going to get more cheaper more quickly. So never waste a good crisis. And along those lines, I think this is going to be helping the green revolution on its way. We're not there, but it's definitely going to fast forward this sort of movement. So that's the good thing about the energy transition, that one can look at technologies and at solutions which haven't been available years ago. And to that extent, emerging markets, including in Africa, can embrace different pathways than were available before. The negative side of this is, and we talked about this before we came in, and it was briefly mentioned by Jehudi as well, there is the sentiment of the developed markets to be, superimposing the requirement for emerging markets to be going green in one go, so that there is no notion of a transition which would inevitably be looking at how do you go from where they are now to where they need to be. Certainly this is the case in countries like South Africa, which relies to 80% on coal-fired power, but also in many other countries in Africa and in other emerging markets, which still need to be building lots of power in order to fuel growth going forward. They can't do this with the technologies at cost available at this point in time. So we have to engage more constructively in solutions that would ultimately combine technologies that are available today and articulating abatement strategies such that we can achieve the net zero objectives that are out there. And that's, I think, Stephanie's point. This is all very much out there. It's conceptual. We haven't really given a lot of thought to this. How do we really make this work? But I do fear that, and I think there is a bit of that sort of dichotomy between sort of either dirty or green, and the solution certainly has to be in the middle, and that's the conversation that we have had much too little of, and I hope that around COP we will find the opportunity to do this.
Yeah, thanks, Holger. I think that's really helpful to try to identify some of the gap that we're seeing between these long-term net zero targets, big 2050 targets that are laid out in NDCs and in government plans, and the short to medium term of how do we get there and what are the instruments and the levers that we need to use. So we'll return to that theme, I think. Katie, over to you.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I want to come back to just little pieces of what everyone else has said. First, Jude, I think there is no way to have a fair conversation about the energy transition with lower income countries until we think differently about what the energy transition means. So if you are in the US or Europe, the energy transition mostly means replacing existing fossil fuel assets with clean energy and electrifying the economy. That is not what it means for Liberia or for other countries where they're facing, as Holger said, they've been in an energy crisis forever. So if that's your context, if you're living with less electricity than a single American fridge uses in a year, the energy transition has to be about ending acute energy poverty as quickly as possible, powering broad-based economic development, not just small-scale economic activity that development agencies love to support, but really kind of building entire economies that can thrive in the 21st century. Third, powering climate resilience. You cannot be a climate resilient society without the energy that enables you to do that. And then fourth, doing all of that as quickly and as cleanly as possible. And that's the lens, at least, through which I think about the energy transition, but that's not the conversation that we're having. A lot of the existing dialogue is driven by a very westernized, decarbonization-focused narrative that doesn't, as Jude said, kind of listen to what the actual priorities on the ground are. And just quickly picking up on what Stephanie said about net zero pathways, if you look at all of the kind of big global reports that come out mapping out how do we get from here to net zero by 2050, and you dig into the assumptions that they make about energy consumption, very, very few of them make any robust effort to integrate economic development and increased energy consumption in the world's poorest countries. And what that gets you is it shapes the discourse in a way that sidelines those priorities or even ignores them. And it will be a total failure if we get to a low carbon future that leaves those people in poverty. So yeah, I'm excited to be here and have this conversation.
That's great. Thanks so much. Jude, maybe I'll turn to you and just let you respond to some of those comments that Katie just made. This narrative around decarbonization being kind of the overall driving goal for the COP meetings and the discordance between that and growth and energy access in developing countries. If you're a government policymaker, what's your response to that? And how the events of the last year with the almost obsessive focus on energy security in Europe, how are governments grappling with this kind of the dominant narrative, I think, of the last COP meeting in particular, and where we stand heading into the next?
So I think it's both an opportunity and a challenge. So the last numbers I looked at in 2019, 62% of gas from Africa went to Europe. That's not counting Asia, went to Europe. And for gas exporters on the continent, this is an opportunity to increase their revenue. So that's the opportunity. I think the difficulty for people in the position I had before and people in those positions today is that more than 80% of people in Africa depend on charcoal or wood as cooking fuels. That is not sustainable. Switching those people to gas, which is actually cleaner burning, actually helps with deforestation and moves us closer to addressing this problem. So this thing where there's a blanket ban, and when you step back for a minute from 30,000 feet, it actually seems intuitive. If we agree that it's burning fossil fuels that got us in this problem, and you look at the world and see who has no legacy fossil fuel assets, it's like, oh, Africa doesn't. Well, let's encourage the Africans that when they build up, they shouldn't build the fossil fuels that got us into this problem. If you look at it from a 30,000-foot view, then it seems intuitive. However, how do we get? There is no plausible scenario in which a Nigerian or Liberian business working on per capita 100 kilowatt hours per year is going to be competitive with a Chinese one. So it means there is no industrialization in that future. And we know, so the UNCTAD released a report this year that showed that 45 out of the 54 economies on the continent, depending on who's counting, it's actually 55, but let's go with 54. 45 out of the 54 depend on commodity exports for more than 60% of their revenue. It means for the last 50 years, we haven't added value to our exports. And that the terms of trade that comes from exporting unprocessed raw materials means that poverty in Africa is entrenched. And unless we address that, and so this question about, let's go to decarbonization overnight. Let's switch over to decarbonization. And we're saying, you've been burning this thing since the Industrial Revolution, bro. Like, we need an opportunity too. So the final point I'll make here is that we understand that there are costs, there are trade-offs, there are risks. It appears that Western policymakers are unable or unwilling to make the case to their citizens that they have to bear some of the costs. You want an example? Venezuela's sanctions are going to be lifted so that Chevron can be able to pump gas in Venezuela because OPEC reduced the amount of petroleum products on the market. Why? We're going to a midterm elections, and in the US, there is a law from God that says, Americans should not pay for high gas prices when we're going into a midterm election. Why do you think that applies only to Americans, and for people in Africa that doesn't make sense to them? At some point, we have to treat people the same way we see ourselves. And as I noted from the beginning, addressing the poverty question as a part and parcel of the energy transition question is the only just path if we're going to do some sort of transition.
Yeah, no, that's great. Stephanie and then Holger, maybe I'll turn to you both and ask you, from your perspective at IFC and at British International Investment, when those institutions think about which types of energy projects to prioritize in developing countries, how do you grapple with these questions about energy access and growth and development, even if the carbon footprint of projects is maybe not the best? I mean, how do you incorporate these concerns in your lending priorities?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I kind of want to pick up where Gaudi left off, because it needs to all fit together. So I actually think the international financial institutions been maybe best suited to help solve this problem. We're cooperatives, and we were designed to tackle development problems everywhere in the world. And because we're a cooperative, we shouldn't be bound by a country or a group of countries' specificities. In the 30 years that I've been in this business, I've never seen our board more divisive and divided, and it makes it very difficult for development practitioners to do their jobs. But I think there's really 3 things that we can and should do that would help the problem. First, I think this is what you were alluding to. Instead of having the developed world have blanket bans on gas to power, or gas to power can only be used in the poorest countries, we actually need to look at every single country's potential. Where do they generate energy? How can they generate energy? And we need to set a waterfall up, and then we need to support those national frameworks. So in Africa, if we could get Inga up and going, you might be able to power a lot of southern Africa with hydropower. But there are other places where you're not going to be able to use solar. You can't use wind. And so we need an alternative. So at the national level, at every single country level, what needs to happen? The second thing I truly believe we really need to do as development finance institutions is think more creatively. And I would put that into 2 buckets. First, if you look at scaling solar, which was this project this program that the World Bank introduced, what we realized was there wasn't enough solar projects in the world and it was too expensive. So could we create with individual governments an auction process by which the big solar producers and builders of the world would come and bid on those. The governments would provide the land, the documentation would be solid, we would provide staple terms, and the projects would happen. We actually started in Gambia, we've done it in 5 African countries, and we've done it in Uzbekistan, and we've gone from 6.5 kilowatt cents to 1.7 in Uzbekistan in the latest auction. So I think those kinds of programs that can be replicated across countries are super important. We need more of those. And then we need to, and this is where the IFIs also play an important role. Again, I said at the beginning, geopolitical tensions, and you referenced that indirectly. How do we think regionally? So instead of thinking at the national level, can we create regional power pools? We've tried to do it in Africa, 1 in West Africa, 1 in East Africa, 1 in Southern Africa. It's extremely difficult to get Cote d'Ivoire to believe that Ghana is going to sell them power and not cut it off someday. So how do we, as IFIs, use our balance sheets to ensure that that power can actually move between countries, and again, is the cleanest, greenest, and most affordable to create baseload to build economies. And then the third area really is, how do we think about technology? So one of the things that I see playing out today, again, geopolitics, 90% of the solar panels, 70% of the wind turbines all come from China. So now the group of 7 are saying, well, you shouldn't be financing solar projects that use Chinese panels. Well, where did you want us to get them? You shouldn't be financing wind projects that use turbines that are built in China. I mean, that's all subsidized power. That's, something we shouldn't. How do we solve that problem? Personally, I think we ought to be using donor money and DFI money to be looking at technologies and figuring out how do we support the differential in the introduction of new technologies. So think heavily abating industries like steel. If you could have a blast furnace that was fired by green hydrogen instead of coal, and it might cost you $25 or $30 million more, if the IFC or the EBRD or the African Development Bank had donor money to buy that cost down, so that ultimately the cost curves for some of these newer technologies fall more rapidly, we could actually bring better technologies to emerging countries and again help, I think, with what Katie was saying. How do you build an economy that's not distributed generation for smallholder farmers, but it's actually an economy that will grow and provide Africa, the largest growing, youngest population in the world, the jobs they need for the future.
Great, thank you. Holger, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think building on what Stephanie had mentioned, I think it's at different levels. I think it's certainly at the regional level, and I agree entirely with Stephanie. That conversation has fallen way short, that we haven't really thought enough about how can we create sort of regional power pools. I mean, in Southern Africa, it is slowly coming into existence, but I think it's still early days. And so that definitely has a lot of potential. I mean, otherwise, I think with every investment that we make, we do look at the specifics in the given country. And I would just want to point out, I mean, certainly to the point around the energy crisis, the fact that Nigeria, for example, uses very little gas for its own power generation has nothing to do with climate imperialism. This is the fact that the power sector in Nigeria has been absolutely in need of reforms, to put it very mildly, for a very long period of time.
They flare more gas than any other country in the world now.
Exactly. So there is a lot of just basics that need to get done right? You need to have a proper tariff system, you have to have a proper offtake and all the rest of it. And I don't want to insinuate 1 second that this is easy. But regardless of any of the energy transition and climate conversation, I mean, that is just a really sort of essential part of this. And we would love to be doing more in Nigeria, but we can't. Because there's just very little that we can do. Now, we are looking at some decentralized solutions, and every now and then there's a bit of a hype around decentralized solutions, which I also believe is great, but Africa is not going to electrify with decentralized solutions. That's just, a fact. So we need both. So we need utility scale, and that does require hard reforms. I mean, otherwise, we have designed what we sort of call a gas filter tool, or a technology filter tool, which is on our website, so it's public knowledge. We're really going down a number of different categories to ensure whether the project that we are supporting sort of makes sense in the sector, in the need, and also in the Paris alignment, because Paris alignment obviously is very important. So you look at, is this the best available technology? Is this what is needed, like in baseload power, for example? Where is the development state of the country, and so forth. So, we've spent a huge amount of time on this to really guide us to make sure that we are not, ultimately, that's also the risk, that we are not sort of riddling countries with a sort of a stranded asset down the line, because there is a risk that, countries do invest in assets which in 10 years' time, because of carbon taxes, for example, you mentioned that there's a lot of exports of commodities going out of the continent, that you're not being penalized for this, so that is important. But that we can ultimately find the right situations where we do support those projects. And that is also the background to which we are currently developing the biggest gas power project in Africa, in Mozambique, which is also supported by IFC, the Tamana power project of 465 megawatts. We are also looking, for example, in South Africa, which is a very developed country, and to your point, we shouldn't really look at through the lens only the poorest countries, rather than where does it make sense. And South Africa is really, in Africa at least, the one country that really needs a transition on a horizontal scale. They need to grow as well, but they have a lot of coal that they need to replace. And that is, for example, also where we're looking at a structure where we would be replacing a coal-fired power station on site, actually, with a hybrid of gas plus renewables, with a view to convert the gas turbines to be running on green hydrogen, arguably in the 30s, but there is an abatement strategy that you would be building into this, and you're using the local infrastructure as well as some local labor and resource, because the just transition of this issue is also important to be bearing in mind. And that obviously is one of the more developed countries, and we are proactively looking at that. So it really is a case-by-case and a country-by-country consideration that needs to take all these issues into account. But I think it's still fair to say that many of the Western institutions, they do struggle with anything that is not entirely green. Yeah. And that is shifting, but it's shifting very slowly.
Yeah. Katie, I'd love to pose a couple questions to you. I mean, we've talked a couple times already about this idea of distributed generation, sort of leapfrogging beyond fossil fuels. I mean, that's problematic, I think, for a lot of reasons. There's a moral question there, I think. But just in terms of quality energy access, which I know is something that you've worked on a lot, is that enough to get the job done? I mean, is that enough to scale up energy access, especially in kind of urbanized populations? Or is this kind of a fallacy, this idea that it's going to be easy to leapfrog beyond this and have distributed power and grow everything through green energy? I mean, talk about some of the challenges there.
Yeah, I think this is a conversation, it's one of many in this space that gets kind of very oversimplified and very almost ideological in the way that it gets talked about in a very unproductive way. So I think, as we've said already this morning, I think the future is going to include absolutely both distributed technologies and utility scale generation. And I never want to minimize or, deny the fact that there's really exciting stuff happening in the distributed energy space. I think it's absolutely going to be critical for both rural populations, but also urban populations that, you're in DC, I have solar panels on my roof. Why shouldn't that be, a tool for people in lower income countries as well? But I also think that there's a tendency among some people to see that as the only way forward, as if it is somehow, it will solve all of our problems and it's easy and we can avoid all of the mess that other countries have gotten into. And I do think that that is both unrealistic and also includes some unstated assumptions that kind of providing people with the very most basic energy services is enough, and it is not. So if you look at the way that the sustainable development goals define energy access, it's incredibly low. It's getting people to basically have enough power so that they can have a cell phone, they can maybe have a fan, they can have a TV. That's not what we should be striving for. And so I am a very firm believer in kind of opening up that conversation and, listening more to countries about what they want their future to look like. And I think that has to include both large and small scale solutions.
Yeah, that's great. Anyone else want to make comments generally about energy access? I mean, as we think about SDG 7, there are a lot of elements to this. One is the available capital and the financing for energy projects in developing countries. Stephanie, would love to get your thoughts on the role of the MDBs there. Maybe Jude, you have something to add about your perspective as a former government minister about leveraging all those potential sources of finance and some of the challenges in capitalizing these projects. So either of you? Stephanie, maybe you to start?
So I think actually the MDBs have done a relatively good job at tackling the power sector. To me, to go from where we are today to where we need to be, again, it gets back to this notion of how do we think about blended finance? And I do think that we need to have some different forms of blended finance that will de-risk these projects and help us attract capital that otherwise wouldn't be attractive. And this has been a conversation that we've been having since Addis, quite frankly, the billions to trillions conversation. The current economic situation globally is making that really hard. When U.S. Treasuries yield 4%, and you're a pension fund manager and you're sitting on teachers and nurses' pensions, where are you going to put it? In a risk-free U.S. asset, or are you going to come with me to the Democratic Republic of Congo? It's a very difficult call. And I know that, again, the developed world, the G7, the U.S. Treasury in particular, is calling upon the private sector to solve the climate crisis in much the same way. So how do we think about different kinds of structures that will get us where we need to go? One of the things that I think would be extremely valuable would be for the MDBs and particularly the private sector DFIs to start thinking about project finance in a very different way. So instead of thinking we will finance a solar facility for 22 years of its life, think it's going to take us 3 years to get this thing built. It's going to be cash flow positive and operational in year 4. Therefore, you could recycle our capital. You could actually, make it accretive to the development finance institutions by pricing that risk appropriately for the first 4 years and then spinning it out. And you could either think about spinning it out into some kind of an SPV that had multiple projects that you could then securitize and distribute, or you could think about some kind of a distribution model where you bring the big investment banks in to help us find capital market solutions to these projects that are cash flow positive. I think there's a big piece of work that needs to be done there in collaboration with the private sector commercial banks, the investment banks, and the DFIs to say, how do we think about our balance sheet differently? I mean, one of the things that IFC has done since our inception as a project finance institution is think about life of project and price accordingly. And that's difficult now, and it doesn't allow us to recycle our capital fast enough. And I think there are different models that we could be thinking about.
I think if I would add anything, it would be for us who want to have a more honest conversation about this is to rephrase or rethink how we communicate the risk. Right? When the global economy was threatened by a coronavirus pandemic, emerging and developed countries spent over $10 trillion within a 3-year span trying to protect because they perceive the risk as being great. It seems like when it comes to the climate risk, for some reason, we still haven't been able to attach the same urgency to that risk, and because of that, we're counting pennies, right? If we were able to spend $10 trillion in 2.5 to 3 years, if we saw the climate problem like that, we would. You know, Vice President, I don't know what his position is anymore, Medvedev yesterday tweeted and said that the U.S. has spent $17 billion so far supporting Ukraine. And so someone retweeted and said that that was like 1/8 of 1% of the defense budget, so it's chump change. The point I'm trying to make here is that both the United States and Europe, recognizing the threat that the invasion posed to Ukraine, they're holding back no support. As much as Ukraine needs is being provided. We have to adapt a similar attitude toward the risk that climate change poses to us. You know, there's this crazy statistic that I like to use, that by the 2080s, half of the people in Japan today will not be around. Half of the people in Nigeria today would be around. 95% of population growth after 2050 is going to be in Africa. In 2035, there is going to be a collapse of working age population. There's about 93 million less people in Europe in 2050 than there were in 2015. Why am I bringing up all of these numbers? At some point, the consumption that drives global prosperity has to come from somewhere. So if we build a world in which the population that is actually going to drive this consumption is left in abject poverty, it threatens global prosperity. So at some point, we have to step back and stop thinking about Africa's economic growth only in terms of Africa, but think about what it means for global prosperity. That's what I mean by rephrasing the risk of what the climate poses, not just to people in Africa, but what it poses to global prosperity going forward. If we accommodate that risk and actually price it, then what we did for coronavirus, but what the West is doing for Ukraine, would pale in comparison to the resources we make available to address the climate crisis.
So Ben, can I jump in here? Because I think Goody's right, but and this is why Janet Yellen is actually calling for reform of the World Bank Group and for reform of the IFIs more broadly. Tackling global public goods is really difficult when you have individual national challenges.
Fair enough.
And I think the IFIs actually have to play a bigger role in global public goods, addressing global public goods like climate in ways that they haven't yet, because we're never going to move, you know, the farmer in the Midwest who pulls in and pays $7 a gallon for gasoline at the pump when the midterm elections are coming. You know, that's the dichotomy of where we're really stuck. You're Germany, right? And you're now saying, we're talking about Africans burning wood. The Germans are stockpiling more wood today than any other country. Wood is like gold, and people are putting wood-burning stoves into their homes because they're worried about being able to keep them heated. So, you know, these are the things that are on the minds of the politicians that are being elected. So we need some body or group that's kind of riding above that, that can hopefully hold together the international order that was created after the Second World War to actually bring about change in climate. Because if it dissolves, which is kind of where we're headed, I don't see how you tackle climate change or other critical global public goods like, you know, food insecurity and some of the other things that are emerging.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Holger, I wonder if you can chime in here and talk about the role of development finance institutions, and speaking from your perch, you know, financing infrastructure projects. I mean, this is a time of a lot of macroeconomic strain and stress in the system. National governments have limited resources. How do you see that affecting available capital for energy projects in developing countries? Does it change the priority list or the mandates at all?
Well, I think I would differentiate between sort of two sources of capital in a way, sort of public and private. I mean, clearly, you know, public finances are strained everywhere. As we said earlier, Africa was strained to go into all of these different crises, but now the West is obviously there as well, and this does absolutely lead to constraints around their ability to provide, in particular, concessionary funding. I mean, there is a fairly heated discussion in South Africa playing out right now, which is around the Just Energy Transition Program, which was the poster child coming out of COP26 to be designed as a sort of master plan, how countries like this could then embark on a transition process supported by the West, and there was $8.5 billion sort of earmarked, and so this is still being discussed. So one hopes that it's going to be finalized by the next COP, but let's see how that's going to play out. But one of the issues is that the expectation on the part of the South Africans was that there's a lot more support coming their way rather than what ultimately is in the box. So this is a lot more guarantees, a lot more loans, arguably on some mild concessionary terms, but not as much support as they would have hoped. And even $8.5 billion for an economy like South Africa, I mean, it's just a drop in the ocean. So that is definitely sort of, in my view, setting the scene to there isn't going to be a lot going around. So hard concessionality is going to be really difficult to get. And that, I think, then sort of takes me then to the private capital side, because private capital is available in abundance. You know, we do talk about GFANs and trillions and so forth. Now, I don't believe actually that in Africa and in most countries we don't need trillions. We need a few billions, at least in smaller countries, and then in the bigger countries, obviously, there's more. But I think the point is also then with regards to what we're doing, for example, in JP, which is led by the UK, and we are working with the government on this, is how do we actually use whatever public funding there is in order to de-risk and to leverage private capital, which is more readily available, in order to make it go as far as you can, rather than having just outright grants and sort of budget support, which is obviously, you know, doesn't have any multiplier effect on this. So that's definitely something that we are looking at. I think there's some potential there. And yeah, look, I think the private capital is still around. You will have seen that early in the year, in May, a green bond was closed in Egypt, you know, where renewable energy projects were refinanced. I mean, to your point, that, you know, a number of DFIs and IFIs, they actually sold down and refinanced, you know, project finance transactions, which is, you know, one of the first transactions of its kind. You know, I think the first one was actually in Uganda with Bujagali, a large hydropower project. But so, and there was interest. And so this issue was oversubscribed twice. So, and, you know, talking to the investment bankers, there was definitely appetite for this, for that to happen more, and so there is capital available. Now, it did take quite a bit of de-risking, so to get the commercial investors in, and clearly the current environment isn't conducive for people to be very aggressive, but still, I think there's a lot of opportunity out there, and that I think we can and should embrace. I mean, that is something that we are focused on as well. What can we do, in particular, in countries like Egypt, like South Africa, but then in Asia as well, like in India and otherwise, where the de-risking might not be as big as you might need, unless other than if you were to go to Nigeria. I mean, the de-risking would just kill you. You know, you would need so much concessional funding that would be very inefficient use of capital. And then there are those countries which are very much down to the DFIs and the IFIs and the international community to provide support to them. And then we are sort of back to the conversation that we had earlier, what technologies do you support? But on balance, I find certainly in Africa, capital is available. It is around bankability of projects, which we keep talking about, so scaling solar, finding other mechanisms to get projects done and to fuel that sort of pipeline. I think it's really important, and there's some really encouraging sort of examples of that. And so along those lines, I'm optimistic that can continue, subject to, and again, that's the other panel, ultimately a lot needs to be backed up by local governments and their ability to be, you know, guaranteeing any PPAs and otherwise is massively constrained. So, and that does create some issues on top of everything else. But look, I mean, these are challenges that one has been working through in Africa for a long time. And along those lines, I don't see that there is a hiatus. Rather than, you know, we have to continue to push it, we have to find and to work on innovative models to step up and to expedite the execution of these projects.
Yeah. Katie, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, just to jump in very quickly. So I think if you look at a lot of the really large-scale programs that have been designed by development agencies over the past decade to address energy poverty, a lot of them were predicated on this assumption that the most important thing to do was to catalyze private capital, and that would kind of solve the problem. And it was certainly helpful, but if you look at the way infrastructure in the energy sector is financed, that means that the focus was on new generation. It was on how do we get investors to, you know, build new solar and wind and gas farms, whatever it was. And for a while that worked because there was a pipeline of projects that had kind of been sitting there for, in some cases, years, waiting for someone to kind of like push them over the finish line. Now we're in a much different space where the pipeline of investment-ready clean energy projects in Africa is actually quite small. So over the past 2 years, the development finance, the DFC, I'm mixing up all my acronyms, the U.S. Development Finance Authority, has not been able to fund more than one utility-scale clean energy project in Africa. And it's not because they're not trying, it's not because they're not talking to investors, it's because the pipeline of those projects is really small. And part of the reason for that is that if we are going to actually scale clean energy infrastructure to the degree that we all want to, that requires a prerequisite of pretty intensive public financing in things like grid infrastructure. There's a lot that needs to get built before we can jump to private capital for new generation. And a lot of countries, already have actually an excess of generation. They can't get it to people who could consume it. Yeah. And so I think part of the challenge here is DFIs and others need to rethink the tools that they have available to support that type of investment. And in many cases, we're not equipped to do that yet at the scale that we need to.
Can I just add one thing to what Katie said? Because I agree fully. Transmission and distribution is critical. 30% losses in Africa, we could fix some of that. And again, that's where the public sector IFIs could play a role. But I think the other thing that's hampering the development of solar in particular, but wind as well, is the disruption of supply chains. So in the projects that we were going to finance, they've been put on hold because the cost of the solar panels has gone up 50%. The cost of construction with rising inflation is driving construction costs up, making it inefficient for any operator to build that solar plant because they've agreed a PPA with the government that no longer makes it profitable for them to build that. So I actually think the supply chain issues are going to have to be resolved, and we're going to have to find a way to resolve the geopolitical tensions with that supply chain coming out of China to be able to continue to deliver grid-scale solar at a price that will really help Africa.
Just want to add one point as well to the transmission distribution point. I as well agree with you entirely. And I think to this end, we set up a company called GridWorks, which is focused on transmission distribution, precisely for that reason, because there is not enough going into this. And there are actually some encouraging signs there. We have recently signed an MOU with Uganda, which would, for the first privately funded transmission line. This would be on an almost like a PPA style structure, in Uganda, and that would be the first of its kind, and hopefully that's going to go through. And ultimately, it's also going to be an important part for creating regional pools.
Exactly.
Because you do need those investments in backbones, in infrastructure that is not only catering to the local market, but also for a regional perspective, and that can't be funded by the domestic government. So I think there is a role to be played, but it is early days, but it's very encouraging.
Yeah. Jude, do you want to add anything here on this tendency to look at discrete clean energy projects and not financing the kind of enabling infrastructure? Is that a problem in terms of the priorities that you're seeing?
I just wanted to add to Katie's point that sometimes the cost of T&D, transmission and distribution, is almost as great as building the generation, and so. But this point, so before we left office, there is a project that is financed by the African Development Bank and some partners called the CLSG. It's Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea. It's a part of the West Africa Power Pool. And the goal was this point, where Liberia doesn't have to find all of the money required to build new generation when they can buy power from Cote d'Ivoire or from Guinea. If we can solve the problem where Liberia has confidence that if the Liberian president insults the Ivorian president, he's not going to turn off the electricity. If we can find a mechanism that gives sovereigns the confidence that the power is always going to be there, I think that's an opportunity. And building regional infrastructure that allows us to do that will work. Because here in the U.S., I think it's only Texas that is not a part of the national grid. It works here, it works in other places, and I think there's room for that. But
we've just connected Ukraine to the European grid for that very reason, right?
Exactly.
And this is why I think partial risk guarantees, either from the MEGA balance sheet or from the bank balance sheet, could, again, how do you use the IFIs to break down these national concerns? Because there are trust issues in Africa. They existed before, and I think you're going to see them increase.
And how is that done? Is that through equity finance? Is it through political risk insurance?
Political risk insurance.
Yeah. Okay.
well, and so for example, in my last year in office, we did an agreement for road with the World Bank to use a part of our IDA allocation to buy guarantee on a road project, and they had never used either credits for that before. But in order to credibly commit the Liberian government, we had to sign that for the bank providing that political coverage for us, if we threaten that, then all of the bank activities in Liberia would be threatened. So obviously what Liberian government wanted to be the one who put all of our bank projects in your country at risk. And so the bank was able to, because this was the first time the bank had done anything like this, and so to cover itself, it extracted a significant concession from the Liberian government. But because we were committed to something long term, it was something we're willing to give. That doesn't happen often though. It's a one-off thing, that's why we can talk about it today. So I think to Stephanie's point, a more innovative use of the resources that the multilateral development banks do have will be very, very crucial to going forward on energy access.
Yeah. Well, this is a hybrid event, so we've gotten a lot of questions from people tuning in online, which is great. We've got about 10 minutes left in the session, so there should be plenty of time for Q&A. Hopefully we'll get some from the audience here too. Let me start with a broad question, which is inevitably going to come up in this discussion about financing fossil fuel projects and the attitude of multilateral development banks. Jude and Katie, would love to get your perspectives on this. You know, there's a lot of hesitancy to finance any fossil fuel project, full stop, from some of the multilateral institutions. There's clearly a lot of resentment about this. It was one of the dominant themes of discussion, I think, heading into COP26. Where do we stand in that debate? Maybe Katie first and then Jude.
Yeah, I think this is another conversation that has been very polarized in a non-productive way. So I think when you see this debate play out in media or in high-level conversations, it's often an all or nothing narrative where someone on one side says, we can't finance gas anywhere, except in our own European or US country. And they assume that the other person on the other side wants to go crazy and build gas, everywhere as big as they can. That's not really the situation that we're looking at. And so, we were all talking backstage before this panel about the fact that, we should be having a more thoughtful, respectful conversation about, let's look at a particular country's context. Is gas the best solution to provide what they need? How can you mitigate the risks of gas? Because inevitably there are, as there are with any technology. So how do we build it in the best possible way? And how do we build gas into a longer-term transition that makes sense for that country? That's the conversation that I'm hungry to be a part of, and I think it's not happening in enough places. And Judy, I'd love to hear what you think as well.
So the way I'll start again, going back to basics. More than 50% of the continent's workforce is involved in some form of agriculture. But this agriculture is not very productive because it lacks inputs, especially fertilizer. The best way we can be able to make fertilizer now is using natural gas. So this thing where we're not going to invest in any natural gas assets anymore significantly affect our ability to be able to make agriculture productive and increase the yield. So that's one thing. Across Nigeria today, parts of Cameroon, parts of Gambia, they've had massive floods. Those floods, that's because we don't have canals, we don't have dams to be able to control floodwaters. On the other side of the continent, in the Horn of Africa, we're having, for the 5th year in a row, the failure of the rains, and so the droughts that come. Again, we don't have irrigation facilities to be able to do that. In fact, if you look at Africa, there's going to be a significant ramp up in its energy use. Now, what is the mix, the proper mix of energy that should be used there? Back to Katie's point. Kenya is not looking to expand fossil fuels. More than 80% of Kenya's power is produced through renewable sources. Ethiopia might not, but not every region on the continent has capacity for wind, for geothermal, or even for solar. So in the places where it makes sense, by all means, and I was saying backstage that almost every African country has included significant renewable in their nationally determined contributions to climate adaptation and response. So it's not as if there are a bunch of African presidents sitting around the table going all crazy like, no, we want gas, we want gas. People are looking for what addresses, and goes back to Stephanie's points. If we can begin to one of the, I think, I'd say to my class, when it comes to development programs in the world, I believe the number one, and is an opinion, please don't kill me. I think the best in the world that I have seen, at least from my perspective as a practitioner, is the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC. Why do I say this? MCC comes into the country and doesn't impose on the country, this is what we're going to do. They do a growth diagnostic. What is the binding constraint to growth in your country? And there will be a bunch of things. And the MCC takes a huge grant and address what is the number one thing in your country. I think we ought to do that with the energy landscape in each country. What are the options that are available? What is the context and what makes sense? And so when the World Bank, when European executive directors at the World Bank begin to push the bank to declare a blanket ban on all fossil fuels, at exactly the same time European leaders are showing up in Africa and trying to secure more access to gas, it just looks, well, choose whatever word you want to use. So I think it's really, really frustrating, and it comes back to this question about having an honest conversation about what this transition looks like, because it's going to look different in the United States than it does in Chad.
Yeah. Holger, I wonder if you want to jump in and add anything here on BII's approach. So you mentioned that there's a series of things that you consider, development impacts, climate impacts. Can you comment on some of these points that Jude just made about, say, the MCC approach and maybe how it differs from others? Where do you fit in?
Yeah, look, I mean, I definitely agree with him. It's as I said earlier as well, sort of it's a country or it's a sector by sector sort of consideration. And this is ultimately reflected in the criteria that we've articulated as and when we would be still very selectively, although would be deploying fossil fuels.
Coal?
No, I mean, this is gas. This is as far as people would be going. And I think that probably also makes sense because in many countries in Africa, there may be gas. I mean, coal is in South Africa mainly, and it's not as prevalent elsewhere. Oil selectively as well, but there is a big distinction I find between countries which actually have natural resources themselves in country, and countries that do not. I think that is a big question in my mind, whether there is actually an economic case to be made to be investing in importation infrastructure. Right? You have to be building a lot of pipelines and whatever regasification terminals and all the rest of it, which comes back to the point around sort of potentially stranded assets, so that you actually invest a lot of capital in a technology that you might not be using or needing in some time. So, but that is really a country-by-country perspective, and that does require that you can deploy resources to support some thermal power project. But that window is small, and it's fraught with challenges. And backstage we said, I think the window widened a little bit in the light of the energy crisis, but it's still not wide enough. And it's still not, I think, calibrated in the right way, rather than grudgingly allowing this to happen. I think we need to change to embracing this as part of the solution. Exactly. And then to look at what are abatement strategies, not tomorrow, but maybe in 10 or 15 years, not in 2070 or whatever. But we need a few more years to be really making those things work. But that does require a more nuanced perspective, and that conversation is difficult to have in the public opinion.
Yeah. Well, we've just got a couple of minutes left. Are there any questions from the audience? If you want to stand up and identify yourself.
Sure, of course. Mark Wolter from the International Law Institute. This question is primarily from the top and Mr. Ruttenbush.
And if you could just take the mic. Should have prefaced this, but if you could just repeat your name and affiliation real quick.
Mark Wolter from the International Law Institute. The wave of disputes resulting from investor-state agreements is pretty large and growing larger, particularly across Africa. And I know USAID and FCPO are responding to these with some programming and transaction support through, I think there's the Invest Project and the EBRD runs theirs. And then upcoming programs in the UK like Bridge Support for Infrastructure Project and resiliencies and infrastructure. I'm wondering if you think at the transactional level that this actually has an impact on risk mitigation in potential energy projects, and whether you think these kinds of programs will only increase over time from funders.
Great. Just maybe a quick response, because I think we're getting close to time, but please, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, you were referring to sort of disputes regarding?
Regarding public-private partnerships.
All right.
PPA kind of stuff.
Investor-state agreements.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm not entirely sighted of this discussion, so I would need to have a brief response. I would need to defer this. Sorry.
So I can speak on it a bit. I think we've gotten to a place globally where we expect that things like mining contracts and extractives contracts be transparent. Mm-hmm. That's largely not the case for PPAs in the economies that we're talking about. So you have a lot of countries that are procuring new generation uncompetitively, behind closed doors, and not disclosing the resulting contracts. And that inevitably leads to all types of negative outcomes, including, sometimes even within a country, the Ministry of Finance might not be aware of all of the PPAs that are being signed. The utility sometimes doesn't have oversight over what it's ultimately responsible for backstopping. So it's a huge problem that's largely under the radar, and there's a growing number of programs that are trying to address this, but I think transparency alongside the focus on auctions and kind of moving to competitive procurement is only going to get more crucial as we try to scale this up. And we talked about scaling solar. There are other programs that try to bring this to light, but I think transparency needs to be part of that conversation alongside competitiveness.
And using the balance sheets of the IFIs on the political risk piece of the government payment provides transparency, and it also provides awareness across the government about what's actually being negotiated, and it gives the investor more confidence. So again, I think partial risk guarantees, the MEGA balance sheet, some of these things would be very helpful.
Great. Well, we are just about at time. There's a lot more to discuss, but I'm really grateful to all the panelists for being here with us. Just one quick housekeeping item. We have a coffee break scheduled now in the reception area right behind you. We'll pick up again in 15 minutes, and there are 2 breakout sessions happening at 11:45. Here in this space on the second floor, we'll have a panel on disruptions to food systems around the world as a result of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And on the first floor, down one level in room 110, we'll have a great panel on U.S. cooperation and engagement in the Pacific Islands. So thank you all for coming, and please join me in thanking the panelists.
Thanks. I was just saying, I was guessing that like the order of us was very specific based on the run of show. We were just wondering if, yeah, okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I'm fine with this though. Okay, great. Great. You know, actually, they are doing, they're running some panels concurrently, so I bet that's why there was a bigger, oh, there's Frederick. There's a bigger audience earlier.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I thought we saw that on the
Yeah,
website.
yeah, which is, and, okay. Looks like she's joining. Okay.
Fall off the guys.
Okay. Great. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Good. Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Welsh, Director of the CSIS Global Food Security Program. Welcome to Panel 3 of the 2022 CSIS Global Development Forum, Great Disruptions in Global Food Systems. On this theme of great disruptions, of course, Russia's war in Ukraine has been a major focus of meetings in and around the IMF and World Bank this week, including a meeting of G20 finance and agriculture ministers meeting earlier this week, where U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen summarized the situation this way. She said, Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine, including its blockade of ports and destruction of agricultural infrastructure, has disrupted global supply chains and food production. Also earlier this week, the IMF described a cost of living crisis caused by persistent and broadening inflation pressures, which make debt more costly, as was discussed in panel 2 just earlier today. And it also pushes fertilizer, fuel, and food prices even higher for low and middle income countries. These disruptions are happening as the world continues to emerge from the shocks of COVID-19, and climate change continues to disrupt food systems everywhere. To talk about the impact of these disruptions on food security, we have convened two of the world's foremost experts, Joseph Glauber and Ndidi Nuneli. Joe Glauber is Senior Research Fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute, or IFPRI. He's former Chief Economist at the U.S. Department of Agriculture and former Chief Agricultural Negotiator at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, among many other roles. Joe, it's great to have you with us today. And Ndidi Nuneli is co-founder and executive chair of Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, based in Nigeria. She sits on the boards of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, or GAIN, and the Rockefeller Foundation, among many others. Joe is joining us today from Virginia, and Ndidi joins us from, most directly from Boston, but from Nigeria, where she's based and lives. So thanks again to both of you for joining us on stage today. These two are uniquely placed to discuss the topics of this panel, with Joe will outline the contours of this crisis globally, while Ndidi will talk to us about its impact in Nigeria and in West Africa generally. And together, we will discuss responses to today's crisis. Following my conversations with Joe and Ndidi, we will welcome questions from the audience, and at that time, simply raise your hand and we'll offer you a microphone. So with this, I am happy to turn to our first panelist, to Joe Glauber. Joe, thank you again for joining us back on stage at CSIS. I want to talk first about just about the contours of what we're experiencing today, about the impacts of Russia's war in Ukraine on global food security. Let's talk about export levels and prices. So how has this war disrupted levels of exports of ag commodities and the global prices of those commodities?
Yeah, no, and again, I think I've start most of these conversations with reminding people that global markets were already tight prior to the invasion. We had some of the lowest stock levels, global reserve levels for the major commodities like maize and soybeans and wheat. Really, you'd have to go back to 2007-8 for wheat, 2012-13 for corn and soybeans, and those were times when we had very, very high prices. So already we were looking at a very tight market situation. The war, one of the unique factors of this war, and there are several in terms of this current price crisis, is the fact that this area is such a large producer and exporter, particularly of wheat, but also of, they're important for feed grains like corn and barley. They're important for vegetable oil, like sunflower oil. And I think in particular when the war broke out, the ports on the Black Sea for Ukraine at least were blockaded. They remained so up until the end of the summer, and that forced what Ukraine, while they were fighting the war, trying to move grain out through Romanian ports or through the Baltic Sea, and frankly, just that's very difficult to do. It's costly. It also just logistically is very difficult since that whole country is plumbed to put grain out through the Black Sea. And as a consequence, exports from Ukraine really fell off. Now, remember that Ukraine and Russia account for about 30 to 33% of total wheat exports in the world. I think there was also, because of the war, at least in the initial months, the Baltic Sea, it was very hard to get shipping in. So even Russia was having a hard time getting grain out. That's been helped a lot by this Black Sea initiative, which we can probably get into a little more later.
Yeah.
But the immediate effect was this huge increase in prices. And so we saw a spike in wheat prices early, but that was true for maize and soybeans as well. They've since come down to pre-war levels, but I think that the key takeaway is they're still 50% higher than they were 18 months ago. And I think for a lot of us at the beginning of the year, we were hoping that we'd see world production prior to the war increase some, rebuild stocks, start to see some softening in prices. This, particularly since the war is still ongoing, we're looking at a case where it's going to be a while before we get back to any sort of normality.
Wow. You mentioned the unique aspects of this crisis. Another one is its impact on fertilizer markets. Where in 2007 and 2008, 2011, you didn't have fertilizer markets disrupted. Can you talk to us about impact on export levels and prices?
Yeah, no, and we did back in 2007-8 have high fertilizer prices, but now we're talking about key suppliers, and primarily Russia, but also remember that Belarus, which has also been caught up in this conflict, and even prior to the conflict with the downing of the Ryanair jet, or the incident with the Ryanair jet back last year, potash, which Belarus produces exports 20% of the world's potash market. Potash is a critical component for fertilizer. And between Russia and Belarus, it's about 40% of that market. Those have been disrupted, and so has Russia's phosphate exports, their nitrogen fertilizer exports, and Russia's a huge exporter of natural gas. Natural gas is an important feedstock for nitrogen-based fertilizers, and as those natural gas prices have gone up, what we've seen is nitrogen-based fertilizer plants in Europe shut down because they just can't. The margins are negative, and so we've seen, at one point, I think something like 70% of the capacity was shut. And so all of this has had knock-on effects, particularly for poor countries in sub-Saharan Africa and others who are struggling to try to meet fertilizer needs. Luckily, Nigeria is a country that actually does produce a lot of fertilizer, but there are other countries, certainly in sub-Saharan Africa, and other places that have had to source fertilizer from alternative sources.
Certainly, and knock-on effects, not just for the short term, for potentially
I think that's the big concern. I mean, it's difficult to translate a percent decrease in fertilizer use to a percent decrease in productivity, just because farmers oftentimes over-fertilize. If you're in highly developed countries, farmers have ways of shifting. Certainly there's a lot of efficiency type gains, but that is certainly a concern long run, because you can put off fertilizer purchases for only so long before you do start losing productivity.
Yeah. I do want to return to the UN brokered deal, which you mentioned previously. Let's talk, before the deal was brokered, talk about how export levels had been affected by the war, and then also how they've increased since the deal was put in place.
Yeah, no, and so this is, I guess this is obvious to people, but countries tend to ship year-round, but there are seasonal patterns to shipping patterns. And so roughly 70% of the wheat that Ukraine had harvested last year had already moved to world markets at the time of the invasion. A little bit of wheat left. But the first 6 months of the year tend to the important thing for Ukraine is that's a time when they ship a lot of their corn to the rest of the world. And corn really got bottled up. And so you had a lot of corn sitting in storage, a lot of corn sitting in ports, even in ships that were unable to move. With the and again, as I mentioned, there were alternative ways of moving out grain. It just hasn't moved enough. I mean, you're talking at high points. Ukraine is shipping out 6 million tons, 7 million tons of grain a month, and in the early months of the war, it was more like 1 million tons, 1.5 million. So if you're not shipping it, that means you're storing it. And unfortunately, you have a wheat crop that came in the summer that had to find storage. You also have all the spring planted crops that have had to find storage. And so their storage capacity has been really taxed.
Yeah.
Again, this Black Sea Grain Initiative has helped there, but the big problem is, you have storage facilities near capacity and grain still not moving in sufficient volumes really to help alleviate that much. When you have a lot of storage capacity like that, the big problem is you're seeing, of course, we've talked about really high price levels everywhere but Ukraine, right? Because it's just like what happened here in the States. If you have a lot of grain that's not moving in the interior points, those prices get down really low to try to be competitive, to try to account for those really high transportation costs, storage costs, et cetera. And so longer run, that's a concern because it's a disincentive to plant, obviously, particularly when on the other side you have such high fertilizer prices.
And also meaning that Ukraine can't take advantage of high global prices the way that others can. I've heard this question, including from the media, is the deal working?
I think the deal has been remarkably resilient. And I think, remember, the deal was announced, and within 3 hours there was a rocket that hit Odessa port. So a lot of people thought, well, gee, this is very tenuous. Putin has made several announcements saying he's not sure he wants to extend the deal, or at least that's been at least reported in the media. But for the time being, the deal has worked really well. It's just that you got to remember, we're talking 3 million tons of grain getting out a month when the normal thing would be about 6 million tons. And remember, these are 3 very important ports, but it's about 50% of total port capacity in the Black Sea. So it's not perfect, but it is working. I think the other thing that's being talked about within the grain initiative is allowing fertilizer exports as well. And that, too, is, I think, if I look at, it's a little difficult to assess Russia exports because Russia hasn't been reporting to the United Nations their trade data over the last several months. And so you have to back out what they're exporting by looking at major importers and see what they're importing from Russia. But if I look at that, it looks like the wheat trade, at least, is running about where it was last year, which is that's actually great for the world's poor, who certainly helped getting that grain out to the rest of the world. Fertilizer, less so, and I think the sanctions on Belarus have really prevented a lot of potash moving out through the Baltic Sea. Certainly has, I think, hampered Russia a bit too. So this grain initiative, if that's expanded to include inspections for fertilizer and other things, that could help with that as well.
Well, you and your colleagues at IFPRI have done great analysis of this, of the deal itself. So if that happens, we'll look for further analysis from you and your colleagues. So thank you, and I'm sure we'll turn to all these issues again in our Q&A. But right now, very happy to turn to Ndidi Nuneli, joining us for the first time on stage at CSIS, but you're not your first time working with us. So very, very pleased to have you join us, Ndidi. So thank you.
Great to be here.
As your first time on stage with us here, can you explain to us Sahel Consulting and also African Food Changemakers, what they are and what your roles are with each?
Okay, first, thanks so much for this invitation. I've been a big fan of your work and really happy to be here. So I wear a number of hats, but Sahel Consulting is a consulting firm that works across Africa, transforming the food and agriculture landscape. We do a lot of policy work, value chain analysis, but we also implement long-term projects in dairy, seed systems, with a focus on roots and tubers, cassava, yam, and then obviously maize.
Okay.
And we have a team out of Abuja, but we work across the region. And then Africa Food Change Makers is actually a merger of Changing Narratives Africa and Nourishing Africa, focused on enabling African SMEs in the food and ag space to scale. And our vision is 1 million SMEs transforming the food and agriculture landscape, ensuring that Africa can nourish itself and feed the world. Right now we have entrepreneurs in 37 African countries, and it's a one-stop shop envisaged as a DevEx, LinkedIn, and Facebook for food and ag entrepreneurs, but we also provide a lot of support to them around trade, financing, and also climate resilience.
Okay.
So those are the two.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
And through those, you have excellent visibility into food security and agriculture in Nigeria, and also you said 37 countries that African Food Change Makers is active in. A lot of us couldn't travel during the pandemic, but we certainly knew that the pandemic was affecting agriculture and food security across the continent. Can you give us, paint the scene for us before Russia invaded Ukraine?
So before Russia invaded Ukraine, we were facing two other crises. The climate crisis, which has hit Africa harder than many other world regions. In fact, data shows that of the 10 countries most affected by climate change, 7 are in Africa. So this directly translates into droughts and flooding, which, as you know, affects farmers. In Nigeria, just this last few weeks, we've had almost 5 states experiencing severe flooding. And we're supposed to be getting to the end of the rainy season, and yet you see this upsurge. And it affects harvests. It affects, even the grains that have been stored because they get moldy. It affects, the livelihoods of farmers. But climate change has also done something else. It created greater insecurity, not just in Nigeria, but across many other African countries. As rivers dry up, as lakes dry up, communities have to move, and that creates conflict. The war on water is starting to emerge in many communities, right? So we have definitely seen the impacts of climate change and insecurity linked to climate change. And then what COVID did was really disruptions, not only in movements of people, but the price of shipping, the price of transport, and the blockades that affected. And obviously, because many of our countries are dependent on other parts of the world for food, the shipping costs have definitely affected us. We've seen devaluation in many of our countries due to the economic downturn associated with COVID and other issues. In Nigeria, our currency has devalued significantly, and that has directly impacted food security, but also nutrition, because you see communities having to downgrade. I use the perfect example of eggs. Everybody should be able to afford an egg. 2 years ago, 1 egg was 30 naira. Now, 1 egg is 90 naira. And now, you might say, well, comparing the naira to the dollar hasn't changed much because the naira has devaluated, but the average family is still earning in naira. And so egg has become prohibitive for the average family. And so we see this reflected in most societies, especially the most vulnerable, not having access to nutritious food. Food is medicine, and that plays itself out in so many other health indicators, education indicators, etc.
So these factors, as we were saying pre-war, the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change continually affecting agricultural production and also consumption, affecting price levels, et cetera. And thank you for making the link to nutrition, because I think that one misconception we can have about the effects of the war on food security is that it affects simply consumption of the commodities that are exported from the Black Sea, but that's being wheat and cooking oil, et cetera. But thank you for noting, too, that it's affecting consumption of other foods, particularly nutritious foods. So let's talk about what you've seen since the war broke out. So since late February, how have you seen prices of food changing and prices of fertilizer changing, and how is that affecting the landscape there?
So in Nigeria, we've actually seen a doubling of fertilizer prices. So yes, NPK is the most popular fertilizer in Nigeria, and of course, we just talked about the potash, which is part of the P in the NPK. So we've actually seen a doubling of fertilizer prices. Now, when fertilizer prices double, farmers use less. And when they use less, it directly affects productivity. So we're very worried about harvests that are coming in now between October and December, which is when we have most of our grains in West Africa harvested. And across Africa, we're worried about 2023 because we're already seeing the lag effects of increasing fertilizer prices. We've also seen challenges around the whole concept of food inflation, which for me is less about the Russia-Ukraine war and more about traders, speculators, and what we've seen is a lot of price gouging. Even when the war had just started, already prices doubled, and you're like, there's no way. And so the challenge for many countries is how do you take hold of your sector, the food ecosystem, to ensure that it doesn't run this risk of exposure to price gouging. I mean, the trading companies, the consolidation in the food industry globally fosters this level of price gouging and hoarding. And so for me, we've seen that. In Nigeria right now, food inflation is 20%. From last year.
Wow.
So that is pretty high. In a country where pre-war, 57% of household income was spent on food. Now, when you have double-digit food inflation, it means that people are down to what we call 0-1-0. They skip breakfast, they have lunch, and then they skip dinner.
Certainly.
And I've done an informal poll even with people I interact with, especially day laborers, and 0-1-0 or 1-0-0.
Oh my goodness.
So it's literally like I'm reducing the consumption of food and also switching to starchy, cheaper foods to stay awake and to stay active. So that has impacts on stunting, that has impacts on livelihoods, etc. So for me, we're seeing the very real impacts on the ground. Sahel just had a conference 2 weeks ago on how we can curtail this food crisis. And we partnered with AGRA, GIZ, and the European Union. And we recognize that the only way to get around this is collaboration. Private, public sector, civil society, development partners, and not being reactive and short-term focused, but actually thinking about long-term implications on how to fix a broken food ecosystem.
I want to dig into that, how you see actors adapting on the ground, and also what you think appropriate responses would be. Let's take a step back. Let's look globally first. So, Joe, you and your colleagues did some early recommendations about policy responses to the food security crisis caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That was about 6 months ago. So what do you think are the most important steps that policymakers can take, especially considering that we have the World Bank and IMF fall meetings happening right now? What do you?
Oftentimes when one gives out recommendations, you find that the shelf life is pretty short. But the good or bad news is I think the recommendations are still pretty germane. One thing I would say is I think markets actually have worked pretty well. We talk about dysfunction in markets and things, but actually, if you're looking at countries that are importing, they've essentially been able to find grain. The problem is affording grain, and there I think you're talking about import bills doubling, tripling, and with countries that, as indeed he just mentioned, have been struggling with COVID and other things and spending a lot of resources over the last 2 years, and now are being asked to fund yet another crisis. And I think that's very, very difficult. So I think, helping out, I think this is where the facilities that are being talked about by IMF and others are so important in terms of providing funding. I think humanitarian aid is obviously very important. I would say, in the way that we aren't tying it necessarily to purchases from one country or other, but allowing World Food Program and others, those humanitarian organizations, to source grain in the most efficient way possible and get it to those who are in need. Those are really important. I think those are the key things right now, particularly in the short run or as we look out over the next few years. I mean, obviously, longer run things are the same sorts of things, I would say, in general, but seem even more acute now in terms of increasing productivity and those sorts of longer run issues. The other thing, of course, is all the bad policies that can go in place. And IFPRI has done, my organization's done a lot in terms of trying to track things like export restrictions. And these are, you understand the logic of putting on an export restriction. A country gets worried about prices within its boundaries and says, okay, well, one way we can keep prices lower is to keep those commodities here and not be exporting them. The problem, of course, is it does exacerbate prices elsewhere. And I think the second problem is that, and one that is not as well recognized, is the fact that it really penalizes producers within the country, because they normally would be taking advantage of higher prices because of export markets, and as a consequence aren't able to get those high prices because they're forced to now sell in a domestic market. And I say that only because longer run that has serious issues. You look at a country like Argentina, who for many years in that period, 2007, 2013 or so, had export restrictions on wheat exports. As a consequence, farmers just decided, we're not growing wheat. So area planted to wheat fell during that period. And what you need in a crisis like this is why the global trading system is so important, because you need countries to being able to react to high prices by planning more, exporting more, and helping relieve this crisis. And I think that's where export restrictions are so destructive in that regard. So you want to avoid that. I would get on my other pet horses on things like biofuels and other things that I think are, in the sense that you're diverting foodstuffs away from consumption to, energy and other sorts of things, which may be all perfectly appropriate when prices are low, but when prices are high, I think we need off-ramps for mandates and things like that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, and we'll come back to a number of those issues too. I want to talk to Ndidi though about responses we're seeing on the ground in Nigeria. So can you talk to us about how actors across food systems are adapting to the shocks, to the disruptions we're talking about?
Yeah, so I wanted to react to a few things
Sure.
you said,
Absolutely.
and then I'll take that on. So clearly, one of the things we are seeing is the increased innovation and a shift to local alternatives to wheat. And in our case, cassava flour, in Ethiopia, teff, obviously. In many, many parts of Africa, we believe that we have local alternatives to wheat. There's no reason why we should be dependent on the world market for wheat. And that innovation needs to continue.
Yep.
We're seeing entrepreneurs rise up to say, how can we find local alternatives and partnerships to scale our work and our ventures, and to become more resilient, not just to our dependency on imports, but also to climate change. And so with Africa Food Change Makers, we're seeing a lot more new financing coming in for climate adaptability and resilience, and climate funds emerging, which is very exciting. The one area that I am a bit worried about is food aid. Because food aid, while in the short term is very useful, it often distorts local markets. And the assumption that there are not already local entrepreneurs who can provide alternative food runs the risk of setting us backwards. And I in every forum I have a chance to raise an alarm. I'm like, please, please, please. I got into this food ecosystem in a big way in 2007, 2008. I was living in Senegal. And I remember going to the market looking for rice. And broken rice was more expensive than whole grain rice. Broken rice, which is chaff, imported from Thailand. But then I saw whole grain rice. I looked in 20 stores if I found whole grain rice. And on the bag, it was written, from the good people of America. And I was wondering how food aid made its way into the market, and I was buying it as a consumer. Senegal grows rice. The farmers in Senegal have to break their rice to match this Thai rice. And then if they're selling whole grain rice, they're competing against food aid from America. And it distorts that market. I'm just using this as an example, and I can tell you many other stories. So my appeal to those who have the power, and I think CSIS has to take a role on this, is to say, how can you ensure that food aid is given through local organizations and partnerships? How seeds are distributed through local seed systems. Fertilizer, we have fertilizer companies in our country. Don't drop fertilizer into an environment assuming that there's no ecosystem and then destroy it.
Certainly.
And so that's, for me, key. And I think that donors and development partners and governments have a very important role to play. And we're starting to compel them to have a lot more conversations with each other because we realize that they don't.
Well, I think in theory, we have those conversations here in the theoretical, but this example you're giving for on the ground is
we're
really
not seeing the type of, we're seeing every development partner and government saying, oh, this is our initiative for fighting the food crisis. Canada has their own, the Dutch have their own, but are they coming together to say, can we have a common agenda that puts the needs of the local community in the short, medium, and long term first, ahead of our own needs?
Well, I want to turn to you, Joe, with a question, but indeed, I do want to come back to something that you had said earlier, which is an effective response involves collaboration, which I think is, we hear that a lot, but why is that particularly important? What would that look like, and why would that solve what you're seeing on the ground?
So if we look at the food ecosystem as a system, we recognize that it has different legs. So you have food companies, you have the farmers, you have the financiers, you have every single leg of the puzzle. And I think we have to take a value chain approach, but it has to be every actor saying, this is what I'm bringing to the table. So at our food conference, I basically at the end said, we're not going to ask you to make announcements. We want you to say, how are you going to work with others to deliver impact? And so first, the mindset shift. Secondly, it's a collaborative funding shift, which I think countries have to demand, but also all the actors in value chains have to demand. And we're seeing, for example, fertilizer, we continue to see the silos operating. I mean, the African Union has started a new initiative to try to do what they did during COVID, to say, let's actually have a unified approach so that countries are not being pit against each other, trying to lobby for grains or fertilizer, so that it's cohesive. And that requires a lot of humility, egos and logos at the door. But I really believe, especially you have the World Bank meetings this week, how can the funding community, the philanthropic community, be catalytic with how they utilize funding at the local and national levels and regional levels as well.
Well, I'd love to bring you back after a little bit of time to see how you're seeing this play out on the ground. One more question for Joe, and then I'll turn to questions from the audience. I have been hogging time here, and I have so many questions for each of you, but I know our audience is going to have questions too. But Joe, wondering if you had any comments on what Ndidi mentioned about speculation and the potential impact of that on prices, and if you don't want to comment on that, that's fine too.
Yeah, no, globally, so let me talk about it from a global perspective, because I can't speak to what's going on locally or whatever. But I think that we've had certainly charges in 2007-8 or 2010-11 that speculation was driving futures prices and everything. I think if you look at the market fundamentals, there's plenty of reasons why prices were as high as they were, and why we have seen such high volatility in these periods. I mean, stocks are very, very low, and when stocks are low, what that means is any information that hits the market about production in India, production, or some policy made in Argentina, some production shortfall in Pakistan because of flooding, has a big impact on the market. And that's not just wheat, maize, soybeans, but also over longer term livestock, other sorts of things. So volatility levels are high. I think they're I think these markets tend to be fairly efficient. Another hat I wear is I'm secretary of something called the Agricultural Market Information System, which is a G20 institution that was created back in 2011 to monitor markets and to provide monthly updates on world markets, with the idea that with better information, policymakers would avoid making stupid mistakes with policies. Our track record there probably is not as good as I'd like. But what I was going to say is there's a lot of interest in this. We're having a public webinar next week on speculation, and are going to bring in a bunch of experts to discuss this, because I think it is important to discuss these issues. But my own personal view is I think that if you were to tell me on one particular day that we're seeing a really high futures market price, fine. But over the longer run, these market fundamentals really in my view, really are driving prices. And what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 months actually has been fairly good news as far as the markets are concerned. That is, in the sense that prices have come down, but they are still quite elevated relative to where they were prior to the war, or prior to 18 months ago or whatever.
Thank you. I enjoy talking to both of you, picking your brains, but I want to give the opportunity for our audience as well. I'll take 2 questions at a time. So if you have a question for either Ndidi or Joe, raise your hand, and I will take, again, 2 questions at a time. If you could state your name and your affiliation, and a succinct question. So right there. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Luis Peixoto. I'm an emerging markets economist at BNP Paribas. I have one question for Joseph and one for Ndidi. For Joseph, my question is on fertilizers, because I feel there is an underestimation about the problem. Like when we speak with our clients that are grain traders or grain producers in countries like Brazil or the US or Europe, they constantly have been reporting throughout this year shortages, like not even prices, right? I mean, it's pure shortages in terms of access to those key fertilizers, you're saying. Do you see that problem being big enough to impact the harvests in the coming year? And for Ndidi, the question is on the food aid issue that you're saying. Do you think for African countries, a solution could be cash handouts? So I could use the example of my home country, Brazil, where cash handouts, they were used as a replacement for food aid that was usually diverted through corruption or overcharged or all this kind of things. And with cash handouts that allowed the families to make their choices and eventually brought extreme poverty close to zero until very recently we had some backtracking. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And then we have a question here.
Hi, I'm Julie Howard. I'm a non-resident senior advisor with the Global Food Security Program. So thanks for such an interesting discussion. I have a small question for each of them, if that's okay. So Joe, really good to hear that you think the markets have performed pretty well in response to the 2022 shocks. And I know your hard work in the 2008 and 2010 crises helped to establish some of those marketing reforms like AMIC. I'm just wondering, what you think we need to do next. What's the next generation of effort that we need to prepare for, the shocks that are going to continue to cascade our way, and how do we sort of prepare for that on the market side? And then Ndidi, thank you very much for bringing up the issue and the urgency of trying to figure out how not to have humanitarian assistance, which is so badly needed, but completely knock out the progress that we've made over the past 15 years, in building local capacity. Now, in 2008, there was a concerted push, by country leaders, by donors, by World Bank, to really put focus on countries' resources, getting countries resources to develop their own agricultural food systems. I'm not close to it now, but is that energy there now? I worry because you just see humanitarian crises are really escalating and can very quickly, I think, overwhelm the efforts that have been made, including the one that you mentioned to diversify away from wheat into indigenous crops. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. 4 excellent questions. Let's take the first 2 first. So Joe, there's a question for you about fertilizers, and Ndidi about cash handouts. Actually, let's start with cash handouts first.
So I think that there's a place for cash handouts. There's a place for food vouchers. There's also a place for saying, instead of actually bringing in food or giving cash, how can we enable systems and food markets to work? And I love the idea of Brazil, where actually there was a local food quota. So in Brazil, I think it was 30%, meaning any institutional purchases, you have to buy at least 30% from the local community. And they found out that because of that policy, it increased to 50%. And then some communities became food self-sufficient. So that's my preferred policy intervention. And if governments want to help from other countries, they should support that type of intervention, because it creates a local and supply effect and markets that start to work for themselves. And obviously, it took a while in Brazil, but we've seen tremendous impact. So that's what I would push.
Great, thank you. Joe, fertilizers.
Yeah, fertilizers. So when I was talking about markets working really well, I was essentially talking about agricultural commodity markets. Fertilizer markets, I think, are tougher because unlike wheat, which is grown in a lot of countries around the world, and even Brazil stepped up this year and has had very high exports or strong exports of wheat. Normally you think of them as a large importer. But fertilizers are different. I mean, you're really talking about a concentration of potash in a handful of countries, really Belarus, Russia, Brazil, for example, which imports all of its potash, was able to get sufficient from Belarus early. They've imported a lot from Canada, which is another large exporter, and they've been able, for what I can see in terms of looking at what's been imported to date relative to where they were last year, has been able to get sufficient quantities of fertilizer, but at such high prices, right? So you're really talking prices where they're twice that of last year or even higher. So that's a concern. But elsewhere, it's just very difficult. And I think sub-Saharan Africa is a perfect case in point. So phosphates, again, a little nodes of local production and exporting out of Nigeria and other places, but you're really talking, nitrogen-based fertilizers, and particularly when you look at a big entity like the EU, all of a sudden not producing nitrogen fertilizer. I mean, this just has knock-on effects for the rest of the world. And what I worry is that, the more wealthy producers around the world will be able to afford it. I mean, that means reduced margins, that means, reduced profits than they would normally have. But for poorer countries, I think there's a real problem faced. Now, over the long run, one can talk about other solutions and green fertilizers and things, but we're really talking a short-run issue right now. And I think that again, my worry is not so much this year, but next year, particularly if prices persist. The only other thing I would say and this is just in reaction to Didi's point, I agree 100% with what you're saying on food aid. I think that food aid can be very destructive. I'm really talking about humanitarian aid in the sense and there I think only through organizations like World Food Program and other things that they're targeted, hit the countries that are most in need, because I think otherwise they end up on local markets and depressing prices and really having long-term negative effects if not done properly.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I actually want to hold here on fertilizer real quick before we turn to Julie's questions. This is something that concerns me a lot, watching from afar, how to make the cost of inputs, how to make inputs affordable for those involved in agriculture around the world. So what do you think global leaders can do on this, knowing that our conversation is happening during World Bank and IMF fall meetings, and what do you think can be done nationally and regionally from your perspective?
Yeah, I think trying to make improve availability, and this is where the whole issue gets very ticklish, right? I mean, we're talking about sanctions against Russia that I think a lot of people believe are very important to try to get Russia to come to the table and to think, to make it very painful to continue a war. The U.S. has been very clear that food and fertilizer are not included in that. But in fact, looking at the data, it suggests that Russia hasn't been able to export as much fertilizer as it would. Now, some of it, they had restrictions on those exports. But I think to the degree that the efforts can be stepped up there, I think this, again, what is promising to me is that they are now talking about the Black Sea Initiative also including fertilizer stuff, because again, they are not just potash, but also nitrogen-based fertilizers. But you go around the world, and a lot of countries have had, export restrictions and other things on fertilizer exports. China had export restrictions on phosphate exports. Some of these restrictions aren't as hard as an outright ban, but they do have impacts and do raise costs. And I think that's, again, when you're talking about a handful of producers around the world, it's important that what quantities are out there. I mean, we will see a step up in supply, but that's going to take a while. And again, it's the more wealthy countries around the world who can afford fertilizer in the near term.
Yeah, can't just grow more fertilizer for everybody to use. On the ground, what can be done to get fertilizer and other inputs in the hands of those who need them?
Yeah, so to add to what he said, OCP and Yara have reduced production because of shortages. So we're seeing global companies that produce fertilizer having to, in some parts of their factories, having to stop production. And that obviously affects the blending plants in country. But what we're also seeing, and this is the climate food nexus, is a move to regenerative agriculture, which is a whole new way of using locally sourced mulching, organic fertilizer, and changing the way we grow food. Obviously, African farmers have been doing a part of regenerative agriculture for a long time, but it hasn't been documented. We haven't been incentivized, and we haven't scaled the productivity of regenerative agriculture. So I'm seeing a renewed interest in regenerative agriculture. With COP next month, a lot of people are talking about regenerative agriculture as a solution to our dependency on synthetic fertilizer. We're also seeing a lot more of the fertilizer companies saying, how can we become more regenerative in our approach so that we're not also dependent on nitrogen or phosphates or other. And so that shift is happening on the ground. And with the climate move, we're also seeing incentives for farmers who say we're going to adopt new practices. It's happening in India, it's happening in parts of Kenya, Southern Africa, and now in Nigeria, we're learning how to get compensated for a move to more regenerative agriculture, where we're less dependent on fertilizer. It's slow, but it's happening on the ground.
And I think an important question about could yields produced through other methods be similar to yields produced with synthetic fertilizers? An important question there, and I assume that those things will be delved into at COP and other places. I do want to make sure to get to Julie's good questions. So there is a question for Joe about what's the next generation of responses, essentially. We had Amos stood up after the last decade's crises, but what's the next generation? And then Ndidi, a question about local food systems, generally speaking. So let's do for you first, Joe.
Yeah, so I still think that there's a lot of work that Amos could do in terms of improving information. We still, we still struggle with trying to get information on stock levels around the world. Amos has its own estimates, but it works very closely with the International Grains Council, also with USDA and with FAO in terms of trying to come up with these estimates. But in fact, what Amos depends a lot on are the member countries of Amos, which essentially are G20 members, plus a lot of non-G20 members who are large agricultural producers or importers to provide data. And some of the data is very spotty, in particular on stocks. And so that's something that is on the agenda for our next meeting. But as I mentioned, just as an aside, we're having trouble now getting good data on exports. So when countries don't report exports to the UN, then all of a sudden you're forced to try to back into these estimates. I mean, we spent a lot of time with transponder data, looking at ships, leaving Black Sea. These are all clever ways that you try to workarounds for this, but better information is just so critical here. And so I think there's a lot of work that can be done there. Much broader than that, though, is I think you still get back to research and development, and you still get back to things like research and development for these orphan crops that receive so little attention. So yes, a lot of money, private money in particular, goes into developing corn varieties and soybean varieties and wheat. Teff, very little. Millet, sorghum, cassava, yams. All of these important local food stumps just don't receive the sort of attention, and yet they would be huge for all the nutrition benefits and other things that Ndidi mentioned. And I think that's something that has been talked about, but really does, longer term, a better effort needs to be made there.
Yeah, great. Thank you for bringing up that point. Ndidi?
Yes, just to build on that point, at the Goalkeepers, Bill Gates actually said, look at how much we give to humanitarian aid and look at how much we give to our research institutions to provide support for alternatives so that we don't need to invest in food aid. So dichotomy is something that a definite shift has to occur, and obviously some catalytic funders are saying we want to make sure we invest in local research and innovation. But to Julie's point, yes, in a lot of countries we see growth in the local food ecosystem, and the investments have paid off in a few key areas, and I'll use Nigeria as an example. We now have at least 80 local seed companies, right, that are indigenous Nigerian seed companies. They fight with the international seed companies, but they have a presence, they have markets, and they're profitable. And so these type of interventions where you now start saying, I want to donate seeds to African farmers, can totally distort those markets and set us back 15 years. And I share your concerns. We also have a few countries that have struggled, right, to build their local food ecosystems because of conflicts, because of the climate crisis. But I believe that we have an emerging, strong private sector in the African context, in agriculture and food, and that's what gives me hope. They're innovating, they're taking on challenges, they're addressing food loss and waste, and they're creating food that is valued in the local economies. We need more of that, and we need more partnerships to enable them to scale. We also need to ensure that they have a voice in shaping policies in our countries and on the global platform, so that policies don't happen to us. We have the agency and the voice to actually shape the food ecosystem. So I share your concerns, and I think a lot more collaboration, especially around the funding going to climate versus ag, and the need to really see ag and climate as one key, very integral component for me is critical. So as we move into COP, saying, no, it's not climate and food, or climate or food, you know, which one do we prioritize?
Yeah, certainly. We have time for, I think, just one or two more quick questions. So let's go, right here.
Hi, my name is Owen Fitzgerald. I work at the National Democratic Institute on the Latin America and Caribbean team. This question is largely for Ndidi. I'm wondering if you have seen instances, this is kind of a follow-up on some comments that you were making earlier. I'm wondering if you've seen kind of specific instances of farmers, let's say, working smarter and not harder in terms of using nitrogen-fixing crops in order to reduce the amount of fertilizer that's even needed. Obviously, fertilizer is such a game changer in terms of being able to produce more food that it can be somewhat difficult to replace. But is the world is the global market so integrated or so reliant on these kinds of monocultures that it's very difficult to transition to these, maybe smarter, not harder models, or are you seeing it anyway?
Great question there. After this, we'll turn to final comments. So we'll turn to Joe first and then Ndidi. But I thank you for asking that question. Yes, Ndidi.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and definitely we were not monoculture. Historically, most African farmers would grow beans, which have that nitrogen, alongside their yam and maize in one little mound. We were now compelled to move to saying, oh no, you need to become more commercial and just grow one crop. And now we're seeing the move back to our indigenous farming methods that are important for regenerative agriculture, for climate, but also for livelihoods. We need to think about how to improve productivity. And that's why you need seed systems to evolve. So you actually have new seeds that are more resilient. And that's why we need to commercialize all the great research coming out of our research institutions. But we're starting to see that, and it's exciting to move back to our indigenous methods and embrace the knowledge that we know we had about how to live in harmony with the land.
Great. Thank you, Ndidi. Final comments, Joe, on anything that we talked about today?
Yeah, no, I think, again, I keep getting back, and I've obviously been around a long time, and certainly been through a lot of periods of high prices. This one is unique, I think, in so many regards, and have been talked about. I mean, even things like what Ndidi mentioned is, at least 2007, 8, 2010, 11, the dollar actually was pretty weak then, and now it's high, very strong, which just exacerbates these problems for imports and everything, just because commodities tend to be traded in dollars, and so the import bill for so many countries has increased substantially. Again, back to these micro issues that are quite apart from just talking about pure supply and demand for a commodity like wheat or whatever. I think this is going to take a while to, it's hard to talk about this while a war is going on, right? Particularly, we talked about the grain deal. That could be abrogated in a second with, for whatever reasons. And so we're holding on with some tenuous hope that this will actually improve and get back to normal. But it's just to say that you know, the world's a big place. You can grow a lot of food. We will see countries, I think, step up and increase production that will help offset this. But have the Black Sea, or particularly Ukraine, out of as a major producer just means to me that we're going to remain with fairly tight stock levels. And anytime you have that, then you are looking hand to mouth with what's going on in this country in terms of production. And then, you know, we're already shifting now to see what's going on in the Southern Hemisphere and in terms of what's, you know, what growing conditions will be looking like. And I think that's just, unfortunately, that means volatility. That means for poorer countries who are importing continued high prices.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for that, Joe. We hope to return to this conversation soon with you, so thank you. Any comments on anything we did talk about, or maybe something we didn't talk about?
Yeah, so I'll just end. Over the last 2 years, it's been tough, right? It's been tough for those in the food and agriculture landscape. So if you're in that sector, pat yourself on the back, because you wake up and you just don't know what the world is going to hold for you. But I've held on to an Igbo phrase which says, "Mbelede kaja amadike." It's during times of conflict, during times of crisis, that you know who is resilient, resourceful, and brave. And I think as a people, we're being called to be resilient, to be resourceful, and to be brave. This is what anchors me in my work, but I also think more than that, we need to put local organizations at the heart of anything we design right now as change makers, as champions, recognizing that we can't just be food champions, we have to be food and climate champions that prioritize local organizations, ensure equity and sustainability with everything we design. And that keeps me centered. And I would encourage all of you, as you have an opportunity to step into rooms to shape policies, think about who's not in the room, think about the local organization and the impact of your intervention right now, in the medium term and long term for those people. Because we come with the best intentions, but we have to continue to think about the medium and long term implications for our interventions. I believe that we will surmount this because we are resilient, resourceful, and brave, and I look forward to working with all of you to do that. Thank you very much.
Thanks to both of you. Perfect places to end this conversation, so thank you both for joining us on stage. I'd like to thank our audience for joining us for this panel and also for all panels of the CSIS Global Development Forum. For those of you who are joining us in person, we'll be serving lunch on the atrium right behind you. Again, thank you all for joining us today. This concludes our event, and you can follow our programs on Twitter at CSIS Food and at CSIS_PPD. Thank you again.